Chapter 1068. Emerald Star Cluster, Beast Ancestors' Stronghold Planet. Two fleets that also had the Beast Ancestors emblem were facing each other outside the atmosphere. The situation was clear at a glance. The smaller fleet wanted to leave the stronghold but was blocked by the defense fleet. In the command ship of the defense fleet, Byram looked at the defector fleet that was ready for battle. He opened the public channel and shouted, "Jotina, do you know what you're doing? You're defecting." As soon as he said that, the figure of a female creature appeared on the screen in front of him. She had wheat-colored skin, a seductive face, and black beast stripes between her eyebrows and the corners of her eyes. She looked like a leopard, and there were a few white stripes on both sides of her cheeks, like the whiskers of a feline. She was dressed in a wild outfit, showing off her astonishing figure and giving off a wild sense of beauty. At this moment, this woman had a determined look on her face, and her tone was resolute. "Garutan has fallen, and we've decided to go. If you want to stop us, you can try." Looking at the woman on the screen, Byram sighed inwardly. This person was called Jotina, and she had a certain beast bloodline. She was one of the 4 great generals under Beast Ancestor, similar to the Vanguard official and Han Xiao's Black Star Guards. She was an ace combatant, and her strength was among the best among her brothers and sisters. She was a beyond grade A seed, and many of her brothers and sisters were afraid of her. However, many people knew that Jotina was from the rebel faction and had always hated Garutan. On the other hand, Garutan did not care if his children hated him. His children were just tools to him. As long as he was alive, he was not afraid of others escaping his control. He had relied on his own strength to maintain control of his forces. After his fall, the internal structure immediately fell apart. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Today, Jotina had gathered a large number of members of the rebel faction and decided to leave Beast Ancestors' organization, which led to the current confrontation. Byram belonged to the neutral faction and was not fanatically loyal to Garutan. He sighed and said, "We are all brothers and sisters. Why do we have to kill each other? Right now, Lord Father has only been captured by accident, but he might return in the future. Why don't you stay and let us get through this crisis together?" Jotina shouted, "Shut up. I've been looking forward to this day for too long. If you don't let us go today, then don't blame me for being ruthless." Byram was silent. He turned to look at the loyalists' indignant expressions and secretly shook his head. He ordered, "Let them go." Without an overwhelming power to restrain so many experts, Beast Ancestors' forces were currently in a state of disunity. Everyone was in a state of panic, and Byram wasn't willing to fight with Jotina's group. However, the loyalists were not happy. In their eyes, Jotina and the others were ingrates who immediately jumped out to separate from the family when their father was in trouble. They should be severely punished. Although Byram was the commander, many officers of the other factions disobeyed him and suddenly opened fire, starting a chaotic battle. Battleships were destroyed one after another, and fireworks lit up the universe. The figures of the Calamity grades shuttled back and forth, fighting fiercely. After a long time, the battle finally ended. A large number of battleship wreckages floated outside the planet's atmosphere. After paying a terrible price, the defected fleet finally succeeded in breaking through. Beast Ancestors' loyalists also suffered heavy losses. A few of their officers were killed by Jotina on the spot, so they did not continue to chase. Father is gone, and there will be other beyond grade A organizations coming to take us in. These loyalists will be dealt with sooner or later. I'd better find a way out as soon as possible." Byram looked at the mess everywhere and sighed. He knew that the Beast Ancestors organization was about to become history. On the other side, we finally escaped. They didn't chase after us. In the command ship that was full of battle scars, Jotina leaned against the wall. She looked exhausted and was riddled with wounds. Blood flowed continuously, forming a pool of blood below her. Around her sat many officers who had defected together. They had just experienced a fierce battle, and everyone had injuries on their bodies. They were bandaging each other's wounds. A Calamity grade officer helped his comrade sew up the wounds of his comrade and turned to look at Jotina. "Big sister, where do we go next?" Because Jotina was the initiator and was the strongest, She was recognized as the leader of this defected army. Escaping is only the first step. Don't forget our goal. We can't do it alone. We have to join a large organization, Jotina said while panting. Which organization should we join? Whoever kills Garutan, we'll join. Jotina struggled to stand up, turned to look out the porthole, and muttered to herself, Black Star is someone worth trusting. A few days later, at the Black Star Palace's spaceport. I've already disturbed you for quite some time. It's time to leave today. Thank you for your help. Yin Ying stood in front of the spaceship's cabin door, nodded, and expressed his gratitude to Han Xiao. He had used the evolution cube some time ago, and then he had been a guest in the Black Star Corps. He had been in contact with Han Xiao, and their relationship had warmed up quite a bit. They had upgraded from acquaintances to good friends. After staying for a few days, he still had things to do. Thus, he bid farewell and left today. Han Xiao had specially come to send him off. All right, I won't keep you any longer. There's still a long way to go. Come and play with me when you're free. Han Xiao smiled. Yin Ying nodded and shook hands with Han Xiao. He then led a group of subordinates onto the spaceship and closed the hatch. The thrusters spewed out flames, and the spaceship accelerated in the blink of an eye. It rushed out of the spaceport's orbit, turned into a stream of light, and quickly disappeared into the universe. Han Xiao watched the spaceship leave and nodded with satisfaction. During this period of private interaction, his progress in conquering Yin Ying had increased by a lot. With how much the other party owed him, he could borrow the spaceship at least 3 more times. Han Xiao turned around and left the dock. He returned to his office and summoned Philip. Any news from the 3 universal civilizations? Not yet, it's been so many days. They should be contacting me by now. Han Xiao shook his head. He had been waiting for Radiance and Ethereal to contact him these past few days. It seemed like these two were still considering what attitude they should use to contact him, so no one had called yet. During the battle on Planet Lighthouse, he had handed the captives over to the dynasty, and the dynasty had come forward to negotiate. This time, the captives were basically captured alone, and his own strength had reached a new level. Therefore, Han Xiao told the dynasty that he would personally negotiate with Radiance and Ethereal. At this time, Philip suddenly paused and reported, Master, there's a new communication request from the Arcane Church. Oh, speak of the devil. Han Xiao perked up and had Philip connect. Very soon, a remote projection appeared in the room. This was the Ethereal senior official in charge of diplomacy. As soon as he appeared, he bowed to Han Xiao with a respectful attitude. Your Excellency Black Star, I'm a diplomat from the Arcane Church. First of all, I apologize on behalf of Ethereal for this operation. Let's cut the small talk and get down to business. Han Xiao put his hands on his nose and stared at the Ethereal diplomat in front of him, saying in a deep voice, if you want to get Talaran back, it depends on how sincere you are. I emphasize that the compensation terms must include a condition for your public apology. Hearing this, the Ethereal diplomat blinked and whispered, that's easy, but we can put the matter of Talaran aside for now. I want to talk about Radiance's captive. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. The Arcane Church was not in a hurry to redeem their own man, Talaran. Instead, they wanted to get a captive from Radiance first. Although he could understand Ethereal's approach, Han Xiao could not help but complain in his heart. Talaran was too difficult. Shaking his head, Han Xiao asked, Ethereal wants to buy a beyond grade A captive from Radiance. Not just one, but the more the better. I'm sure His Excellency Kasui has told you that Ethereal wants to get a bargaining chip to exchange for the 10,000 deity scepter. Your Excellency Black Star, we are very sincere this time and are willing to offer a very high price. How high? Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. These are our initial conditions. The diplomat brought up a list and showed it to him. Han Xiao quickly skimmed through it. Not only did the terms include a huge amount of resources as compensation, but Ethereal was also willing to take out non-strategic universal treasures to exchange for the captive. The conditions were quite generous. However, he would not agree so easily. He pretended to ponder for a while before slowly saying, if I sell you a captive from Radiance, I will have to bear the pressure from Radiance. Is that all? It doesn't seem to be enough. Why don't you take the initiative to state the conditions, and we'll— Han Xiao snorted and interrupted the other party's words. Think about it yourselves. Change the terms until I'm satisfied. He did not take the initiative to raise the conditions because he wanted to use Radiance and Ethereal to wear down the other party. Otherwise, he was afraid that they would not learn their lesson, and at the same time, it would not be good for public opinion. All right, we'll change the terms later. Then, are you not going to refuse to sell Radiance's captives? The ethereal diplomat asked. Depends on my mood. Han Xiao's attitude was ambiguous. Seeing that Han Xiao was stubborn, the ethereal diplomat had no choice but to go offline and report to the upper echelons. As soon as he left, Radiance's communication request came. How could it be so coincidental? This pair of fellow sufferers is quite fated. Han Xiao mumbled to himself before connecting to the Federation's communication. Hello, Your Excellency Blackstar, I'm Radiance's. Alright, I know who you are. Cut the crap and show me the terms of your ransom. The Radiance diplomat choked and swallowed the lines he had thought of back into his stomach. He could only obediently show the terms. Looking at the list, Han Xiao secretly shook his head. Radiance's price was not as good as the arcane church's. After all, they were only ransoming the captives normally. Radiance was as sneaky as ever. They had lost 3 people, and they still did not want to spend a lot of money. They were really ugly but in their dreams. A toad wanting to eat a swan's leg. One word, bar. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes, tapped his finger on the table, and slowly said, just now, people from the Arcane Church contacted me and proposed an interesting condition. What condition? They want to buy Radiance's beyond grade A captives from me. They're very willing to pay. Han Xiao looked at the other party meaningfully. Radiance's diplomat was shocked and hurriedly said, You didn't agree to it, did you? Well, I'm still thinking about it, but Ethereal's price is very tempting. You can't decide on your own and sell an important ally of Radiance to Ethereal, or else. Radiance's diplomat originally wanted to threaten him, but he realized that he was facing Blackstar who had just made them suffer, so he quickly changed his words and said weakly, Anyway, as long as you don't agree to Ethereal's request, we will definitely do something. That depends on your sincerity. How much are you willing to pay to make me reject Ethereal's proposal? Han Xiao smiled faintly. Understood. Understood. I'll immediately pass on your message to the higher-ups and change the compensation terms immediately. Radiance's diplomat wiped his sweat and hurriedly went offline. He knew that Blackstar was raising the price, but he had no choice. Even if he saw through it, he could only obediently do as he was told. He felt helpless and depressed. After sending his 2 stinky brothers away, Han Xiao leaned back in his seat and chuckled. If it were in the past, doing so would have been very risky. However, after this battle, he had shown enough strength and power. Only then could the Federation and the Church sit down and negotiate with peace of mind, instead of continuing to plot against him. With a few captives in his hands, he had room to ask for more. Even if it was clear that he wanted Radiance and Ethereal to compete with each other, they would have to accept it. This feeling of being in control was indeed wrong. Han Xiao laughed in his mind. Just as he was thinking, his communicator rang again. Han Xiao looked at it and saw that it was a call from Sylvia. Army Commander, the Galactic Director I told you about a few days ago has arrived at Blackstar Palace. So fast. They were originally in the Flickering World. I've already sent someone to receive them. Will you bring them directly to the guest room later? I'll go meet him. Han Xiao stood up. A civilian spaceship docked at the dock outside Blackstar Palace, and a group of people walked down from the spaceship. The leader was an old man with a big beard. His head was round, and he looked rich. He had long hair that gave off an artistic vibe. This person was the Galactic Director from the Red Empire, Bennett Lava. Once they got off the spaceship, everyone looked around cautiously and whispered. This is the base of the Blackstar Corps. Are these people mercenaries? They're all looking at us. Lower your voice. Hearing the chatter of his assistants behind him, Bennett Lava frowned and whispered, This is not any other place. Don't talk nonsense. Think about the consequences if you offend Blackstar's people. Hearing this, everyone hurriedly shut their mouths and put on a cautious look. They had followed Bennett Lava for a long time and could be considered senior in the entertainment industry. Who knew how many people tried to curry favor with them? Although they were not arrogant, they were still arrogant. If they were facing the younger generation in the entertainment industry, they would be even more arrogant. However, these people did not dare put on airs there. The Blackstar Corps was a super warlord at the top. They were on a completely different level. Now that they had come to the nest of an armed warlord, they naturally felt afraid. They knew very well that their little influence was nothing in front of these big shots who had real power and armed forces. Everyone put away their usual airs and behaved with their tails between their legs. Not long after, an army receptionist walked over and said with a smile, "Hello, Director Bennett Lava. Please follow me. The army commander is already waiting for you." Okay, please lead the way." Bennett Travel put on a smile. Seeing this, the assistants around were secretly surprised. They knew their boss too well. He had always been arrogant and rarely showed such a warm and flattering smile. The group came all the way to the reception room. When they walked into the room, they saw Han Xiao sitting on the main seat. They hurriedly saluted and greeted him one after another. Bennett Lava hurriedly reached out his hand to Han Xiao and said warmly, "Hello, sir. Your Excellency Blackstar, thank you for being willing to meet with me. No need to be so polite. Sit down." Han Xiao shook his hand and invited everyone to sit down. The group sat down one after another, straightened their backs, and leaned their butts against the edge of the chair. They did not dare to sit down and were extremely cautious. At the same time, everyone stared at Han Xiao in awe and respect, showing a stiff and flattering smile. Many of them were people with status, but they could only smile at this time. Han Xiao shook his head. Status was a halo. Even if he did not do anything, others could not help but feel nervous. He turned to look at Bennett Lava and asked with a smile, "Director Bennett, I heard that you want to shoot a documentary about me." "That's right. I've seen your file. You started from nothing and rose to the top of the galaxy. You are a living legend. Those deeds have inspired my creative desire. It would be my honor to shoot an adapted biopic for a big shot like you." Bennett Lava did not follow the procedure and directly bragged, explaining his creative motivation. When it came to the exciting part, he even stood up and gestured with his hands excitedly. His face was flushed with excitement. Han Xiao observed for a while and found that this director was not there to flatter. It seemed that he had really inspired his creative desire and wanted to adapt his deeds. It should be the effect of the accumulation of legendary points. It was not surprising. In the eyes of outsiders, his deeds were indeed legendary. It was normal to be seen by the director. Originally, many films were adapted from real people. It was common for directors to come to seek permission from the original story. After being praised for a while, Han Xiao was quite comfortable. He waved his hand, interrupted the speech of the director, and said, "So, you came here just to ask me to give you authorization to shoot a film about me? It's more than that." Bennett Lava suddenly became nervous. "I have another request. I hope you can appear as an Easter egg in the film." It took courage to say this because he knew very well that Blackstar's status was too high. When the warlord level reached a certain level, he would become a political figure. This was like asking the head of state of the empire to make a guest appearance in a film. Hearing this, Han Xiao narrowed his eyes, tapped his fingers slowly on the table, and did not answer immediately. With the change of his expression, the atmosphere instantly dropped to the freezing point. Everyone's heart beat faster and faster, and they did not dare to breathe. The room suddenly became so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Han Xiao was about to speak, but at this moment, a mission notification suddenly popped up on the interface. Director's invitation, mission introduction. A famous director in the universe has taken a fancy to you and hopes to invite you to participate in the shooting of a film. Mission requirements: act in the film. Reward: 1,800,000 experience, random increase in popularity in various star fields. Special reward: star effect, talent, star effect, It is easier for others to have a good impression of you and forgive you more easily. Seeing this, Han Xiao's mouth twitched. What, do you want me to debut? Chapter 1069. Han Xiao did not reject the suggestion of being a guest star in the movie. After all, he was not the main lead, so it would not take up much time. Furthermore, interstellar technology was very advanced, and it did not take long to make a movie. There were many ways to watch it. One could watch it from a traditional third-party perspective, or one could watch it from a first-person perspective. One could even take the perspective of the character in the movie and follow his actions. With the change in technology, there were more and more ways to express the movie. The celebrity effect, talent did not have a quantitative introduction, but Fu Ding had this ability. It was related to the charm attribute, and not only was it easier to gain favorability, even if he did something that offended others, it was not easy to reduce the favorability of the target. It was very fitting for the name of this talent. The effects of the talent seemed a little vague, but Han Xiao knew that this thing was actually very useful. It could be used in business negotiations or daily communication. It was an extremely useful skill. Even if the reward of the mission was not taken into account, this matter itself was beneficial. At present, his prestige was unparalleled, but the popularity of the news would decrease with time. Furthermore, with such an amazing battle record in front of him, it would be difficult for some ordinary deeds to continue to increase his influence and popularity. Using the entertainment industry to continue to increase his popularity was a feasible way. After all, the entertainment industry had a unique advantage in terms of attention. This would not hurt his image, and it could even increase the outside world's understanding of him. Furthermore, this seemed very suitable for preaching. Hihi, that old thing Manison definitely won't be able to lower his face to be as flirtatious as me. Could this be a roundabout way to save the country? Under the nervous gaze of Benny Travolta and the others, Han Xiao pretended to ponder for a while before finally nodding. Okay. That's great. Benny Travolta was overjoyed. He had thought that he would most likely be rejected, but he did not expect Han Xiao to be so friendly. The tense atmosphere dissipated, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. What followed was excitement. They had actually managed to invite a big shot like Black Star. It was like a dream. When are you guys going to start the project? Han Xiao asked. We need to familiarize ourselves with the script first, because it's based on your real-life experience. If possible, I hope you can provide some details. We might even need to organize a few interviews. What do you think? Benny Travolta requested softly. That's easy, as long as I'm free. Han Xiao smiled. Okay. Once we've finished the script, we'll hand it over to you for review. We'll only start filming after you approve. Yes. Han Xiao nodded. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked, do you guys have any problems with funds? Don't worry about that. I still have a certain amount of influence in the entertainment industry. Moreover, this is your story, so there will definitely be a lot of people rushing to invest in it. Perhaps the Ministry of Culture of the Red Empire will also invest in it. Benny Travolta was quite confident. All right, if you have any problems with funds, come to me. I'll sponsor you. Han Xiao waved his hand. If they were going to take a picture, it would be a Sino-American picture, no, a red and black picture. Hearing this, Benny Travolta was greatly moved. Look, no wonder he's a warlord. He's so forthright. He secretly made up his mind to make this movie a good one. Not only did he have to take into account the artistic content, but he also had to sell it well. After being a director for many years, Benny Travolta had produced both great and failed works. He took the money from investors and called it pursuing art, but in the end, he couldn't recoup the cost and had cheated many people. It didn't matter if the films of ordinary investors didn't do well. At most, they would lose some reputation and money. However, if the film sponsored by the Black Star Corps didn't do well, he would lose his life. He didn't dare to be careless. With the huge population base in the interstellar era, the efficiency of the entertainment industry was beyond imagination. Occasionally, there would even be a movie that was praised by the entire universe. The income from one movie could match the total assets of several small financial groups. It was extremely terrifying. Han Xiao had no reason not to make a fortune. At this moment, he suddenly had an idea. Oh right, I also want to insert someone into the crew. Go ahead. Han Xiao pulled out Fu Ding's portrait and said with a smile, this is the person. He's one of my Black Star guards, a Calamity grade super. He used to be a regional celebrity as well. You just need to arrange for him to play a role. This person. Benny Travolta's eyes widened. He did not mind Black Star inserting people into the crew. He had seen this kind of thing many times before. However, he did not expect the person to be a treasure this time. This figure. This temperament. He's practically a natural-born superstar. Looking at everyone's stunned expression, Han Xiaoxin laughed in his heart. He had a deep understanding of Fu Ding's charisma. Letting Fu Ding act in the movie would be enough to attract a lot of attention and make the publicity work twice the result with half the effort. Furthermore, Han Xiao did not forget Fu Ding's deeds in his previous life, Legend of the Singer. He had used psychic singing to calm the war. Therefore, in order to protect the love and peace of the universe, he decided to let Fu Ding make a comeback and become an idol. It was not a sudden decision but an opportunity to let Fu Ding become the ambassador of the Black Star Corps. This would garner more attention and might even attract more talents. At the same time, it would also increase the stock price of the Germinal Financial Group. After many years of operations, the Germinal Financial Group had been successfully listed with the support of the army, and its assets were now huge. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind, but Han Xiao did not reveal them. He maintained a smile and chatted with the group. In the end, they decided to stay in the Black Star Palace for a while to gather materials. Benny Travolta and the others then bade farewell and left. Everyone's face was filled with joy. After sending them off, Han Xiao instructed Sylvia to be in charge of the follow-up. He then went to chat with Ames for a long time so that he would not neglect his old friend. Ames understood Han Xiao. She knew that he had a lot of things to deal with during this period, so she did not rush him. Anyway, Han Xiao and Hella were back. It was very comfortable to have someone to accompany her. She was so happy that she almost forgot about her home. Furthermore, there was nothing to do on Floating Dragon Island. What was the point of going back? What, you mean Jenny? Who is that? I've never heard of her before. Han Xiao returned to his room and took a shower out of habit. Steam rose from his body. He did not dry himself and directly wrapped himself in a bathrobe, humming a tune as he lay on the bed. Water droplets slid down his hair and wet the pillow. A beyond grade and naturally did not need to take a shower, but Han Xiao mainly enjoyed this feeling. At the same time, he adjusted his body temperature and regained the temperature of a normal person. Only then could he take a hot shower. Otherwise, even magma would be cold to him. A few mechanical pets crawled up and surrounded Han Xiao, rubbing their bodies against him. They were very clingy. There were cats, dogs, and even mechanical snakes. They were all mechanical life forms with independent thoughts. The corners of their metal bodies were removed, and they were very smooth. They did not need to eat or excrete, so it was easy to take care of them. Ever since Hyla had given him a birthday present, Han Xiao had suddenly had the idea of keeping a pet, which made the usually quiet bedroom feel a little more lively. After casually playing with the few pets, Han Xiao held the back of his head with one hand, leaned back on the bed, opened the player forums, and browsed through the posts. The topic of Black Star's godlike battle had not yet died down. Instead, it was getting more and more popular. The Flickering World section was still being flooded. Not only were there discussions, but many players left their original factions and ran over to join the Black Star Corps, causing a new wave of growth in the army's new players. The one-sided faction war had been going on for some time. Due to the named enemy faction giving in, the army's opponents could not fight back at all. Not only did the dirty tricks of those foreign clubs not work, but they also shot themselves in the foot, causing their factions to lose a large number of ordinary players, which in turn increased the cohesion of the army's players. To a certain extent, the gap between the new and old players in the army was removed. Now, the atmosphere within the Black Star Corps was much better. Although the players of the various countries were not harmonious, they had accepted each other. On the forums, There was another matter that caused discussion. After Han Xiao formed the Rescue Hela dungeon crystal, he put it in the faction store. Over the past few days, a large number of players had bought dungeon crystals and used their lives to admire the army commander. After unremitting efforts, there was already a famous dungeon raiding team that raised the survival record to 29 seconds, earning the admiration of countless players. Rescue Hela was also officially on par with Battle of Planet Lighthouse, and they were known as the 2 CG-type dungeons of the army. To explain, it was, play your head, just watch and be done with it. Han Xiao happily browsed the forums for a while. Suddenly, he realized that Philip had sent a new message. Master, a fleet that betrayed Beast Ancestors' organization has visited the frontline stronghold of the Free Competition Zone. Among them are 7 Calamity-grade officers under Beast Ancestor, and the leader is one of the 4 generals under Garutan, Claw concubine Jotina. She wants to see you by name. See me. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows, closed the player forums, and quickly looked through Jotina's information. He did not know much about Garutan's subordinates. Most of them were tools, and only a few had left an impression on him in his previous life. Jotina was one of them, but it was not because of her achievements. In his previous life, Jotina had secretly colluded with other organizations and issued a mission to the players. She wanted to destroy all the offspring breeding warehouses in Beast Ancestors' headquarters while Garutan was not home, freeing all the mothers that were imprisoned as breeding machines. Although the operation did not succeed, it still caused huge losses to Beast Ancestor. She originally wanted to use a psionic bomb to die together with Garutan, but it failed. In the end, she was torn apart by Garutan in front of everyone. Thinking of this, Han Xiao roughly guessed the purpose of this muscular woman's visit. Okay, I'll see her. In the Emerald Star Cluster, the Black Star frontline stronghold had already repaired the damage caused by the rescue of Hela, and the fleet was patrolling step by step. At this moment, the spaceship of Jotina and the others was welcomed into the dock. Due to the Beast Ancestors organization emblem on the exterior armor, they attracted the attention of all the army members on the way. The spaceship docked, and the hatch opened. Jotina and her companions walked out of the spaceship, ignoring the strange gazes of the army members around them, and followed the mechanical receptionist to the guest room. We're finally here. I wonder if Black Star will take us in. After all, we were enemies not long ago. Black Star is not someone without magnanimity. I'm just afraid that he won't like us. Jotina did not participate in the discussion. With a tense face, she followed the receptionist into the guest room. The room was empty. At this moment, Han Xiao's remote projection appeared in the room. With his hands behind his back, he scanned everyone with a cold gaze. You guys want to see me? That's right. We're all Beast Ancestors officers. We've been dissatisfied with him for a long time, but we couldn't resist. Now that you've defeated him, we're here to seek refuge with you, hoping to serve the Black Star Corps. Jotina did not bother with pleasantries. She stared straight at Han Xiao. Clearly, she was a straightforward girl. Although Han Xiao had some guesses, he could not help but think of an idiom. Is she acknowledging a thief as her father? Pooh, I'm not a thief. I'm clearly abandoning the darkness for the light. Han Xiao did not intend to reject. After all, 7 Calamity-grade officers were not a small force. Furthermore, Jotina was a rare beyond grade A seed with extraordinary potential. She could compete with his subordinates, Hardaway and Lothair. Of course, Han Xiao was happy to see such a high-quality leak take the initiative to uproot itself. However, he could not agree too easily. He still had to ask the usual questions. Why are you dissatisfied with Garutan? Hearing this, Jotina took a deep breath. Her face was filled with grief and indignation. In order to cultivate high-quality offspring, Garutan purchased countless female creatures from various races from the black market. They did not even have the freedom to die and could only serve as mothers. My mother was one of them. I watched her give birth to offspring one after another over the years before finally dying of exhaustion. The high-quality offspring were focused on nurturing, and the inferior ones were made slaves. Although we were related by blood, most people were indifferent to each other. That place was like a cold grave. Everyone could only please Garutan. There was not a day that I did not hate him. Jotina closed her eyes as if immersed in those sorrowful memories. After a while, she opened them again and said with a deep voice, "My companions and I had the same experience. My companions and I had the same experience. We hated everything that Garutan had created, but we could only be manipulated by him and help him do evil. We lived in torment every day. We were not afraid of death, but only by enduring this pain and staying alive would we have a chance to change everything. Until you defeated him, we were finally free." As she said that, Jotina prostrated on the ground, and her companions followed suit. The entire group of people prostrated themselves on the ground and bowed to Han Xiao. "We hope you can take us in." Jotina touched the ground with her forehead and shouted in a deep voice. She was very emotional. "Please take us in," everyone shouted in unison. Their voices were deafening and echoed in the room. Seeing this, Han Xiao pondered for a while and nodded. "In that case, I will accept you as a member of the Black Star Corps." Hearing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief and stood up one after another. Jotina got up, and a smile appeared on her face again. Her expression changed from heavy to relaxed, as if the rain had washed away the dust, making her look beautiful and moving. Just like her wild temperament, her emotions were also exposed. Han Xiao nodded, and his tone became amiable. He said with a smile, "Then we are all family now. Come to Black Star Palace. I want to see you with my own eyes and arrange positions for you. Also, if you want to see Garutan's specimen, you can also, at this time." Jotina interrupted Han Xiao. She stopped smiling and said seriously, "Your Excellency Blackstar, I have a gift and a request." "Tell me about it." Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Jotina nodded. "Beast Ancestors' forces are in a state of disunity now. It's a good opportunity to divide him up. I am willing to help you obtain Beast Ancestors' inheritance. This is my gift. What about the request? I hope that you can destroy Beast Ancestors' base, completely destroy all the descendant breeding libraries, release all the mothers, and adopt all the young Beast Ancestors' descendants. This is both my request and my gift. Although I hate Garutan, these young descendants are innocent. Their thoughts are not formed yet, and they can still be molded. If they are nurtured well, they can become the fresh blood of the army." Jotina finished speaking resolutely and looked up at Han Xiao, as if she wanted to see the answer she was looking for from his eyes. Han Xiao opened the interface and took a look. As expected, he had triggered a mission, but it was not one but two. The first mission was, "Liberate Beast Ancestors' forces." The content was the same as what Jotina had said. He needed to liberate Beast Ancestors' base, and the reward was Jotina's favorability and her character summon card. The End of Darkness, Mission Introduction. Human trafficking is the source of countless tragedies. Jotina hates it, and destroying this phenomenon has always been her lifelong wish. Mission details: End the human trafficking phenomenon in Galaxy Reward, 10,000 billion experience, 15 random rewards, 3 universe legendary points, 5 blank character summon card special reward, Liberator of the Slaves, milestone, Liberator of the Slaves. Your relationship with all the Order factions will always be reverence. 1 trillion experience. Han Xiao was stunned. This was the mission with the most ridiculous reward he had ever seen, but its difficulty was also through the roof. End the human trafficking of the entire universe. Judging from the population of the entire universe, this was an impossible mission. As the saying went, if there was no trade, there would be no killing, and if there was no demand, there would be no market. If even the 3 universal civilizations could not do it, who else could? No wonder Jotina only asked him to liberate Beast Ancestors' forces. She probably knew that this wish was impossible. Han Xiao naturally would not expose her. He shook his head, put this matter in his heart, and slowly said, "I agree to your request to liberate Beast Ancestors' forces. Then, I'm willing to serve you until the end of time." Jotina lowered her head, and admiration appeared in her eyes. Ever since Han Xiao got rid of Garutan, she had regarded Blackstar as her idol. Before meeting Blackstar today, she had also been nervous, afraid that the true face of her idol would disappoint her. She was also afraid that Black Star would mistake her for a fence-sitter who was afraid of death and see her actions as betraying her old master to join the winner, which would make her very sad. However, at this moment, she only felt that Black Star was indeed the person who got rid of Garutan. Her admiration for him was not in vain. Her heart palpitated like an electric current running through her body. She was a straightforward person, and her emotions were easily agitated. However, at this moment, she felt that she was moved. Chapter 1070. Retracting the remote projection, Han Xiao opened his eyes in the camp. He was in a good mood. 7 Calamity Grade officers joined, including a Beyond Grade A seed. The quality of this batch of talents is not bad. He was only interested in the resources that Beast Ancestor had accumulated and did not have much thoughts about those descendants. After all, both sides were enemies. Even if he forcefully accepted the troops and forced all the descendants of Beast Ancestor to work for him, they would definitely be conflicted. Those loyalists would also pollute the purity of the army and form a new faction, which might become a time bomb one day. Furthermore, the Black Star Corps was a lawful faction on the surface, so some things could not be done too obviously. At the same time, the army was not lacking in manpower. Thus, he was not interested in accepting all the old subordinates of Beast Ancestor. It looked like he was increasing his strength on paper, but in reality, he was burying hidden dangers. Of course, if they were like Jotina who abandoned the beast and joined him willingly, he would naturally not reject them. Most of the people in the rebel faction are still observing. Jotina is only the first batch. There will definitely be a second and third batch in the future. I wonder how many people will want to join me. Han Xiao pondered. He did not think of getting rid of all these people. After all, everyone had their own ambitions. Some of them betrayed Beast Ancestor's organization, but they might not necessarily join others. Some might want to retire and live in anonymity. Shaking his head, Han Xiao temporarily put this matter aside and summoned Philip. Inform Hurlus and Sylvia to mobilize the main forces of the Shattered Star Ring and send a fleet to Beast Ancestor's base. Liberate all the slaves and destroy the assembly line of his descendants. The difficulty of End of Darkness was too high, and he did not know where to start. However, the other mission was not difficult for him. Since he had promised them, Han Xiao put it into action. With Jotina as his backer, he had a reason to do so. Furthermore, Garutan had brought out a large number of elites, so his base was rather empty. As long as the fleet brought along his lord's avatar as protection, there would not be any accidents. This group of people who had abandoned the dark for the light brought good news, but there was one detail that Han Xiao was rather concerned about. He felt that there was something wrong with the way Jotina looked at him. She seemed a little too eager. He felt like he was looking at Fu Ding. The Emerald Star Cluster was Beast Ancestor's stronghold. Ever since Jotina and the rest broke out of the encirclement, the atmosphere here had become strange. It was silent and cold, and there were fewer and fewer people talking. Although they were brothers and sisters, there was more vigilance in their eyes when they looked at each other. More and more thoughts were hidden behind each of their expressionless faces. People's hearts changed, and undercurrents surged. Jotina was the first defector, and there were even more cautious members of the rebel faction who were observing the situation. Seeing that she had made a good start, more and more people became restless. In a secret room, a group of people from the rebel faction quietly gathered. The leader was a Calamity Grade officer who had always had a reputation, Great Python Schneider. Although he was not at the level of one of the 4 great generals, he was still an elite combatant who had fused his pugilist techniques with his poison talent. His combat strength was extraordinary, and he was one of the commanders of the fleet. I'm sure everyone knows why I've gathered all of you here. Schneider looked around, and his gaze paused on a few powerful officers. He slowly said, Big Sister Jotina has sent news that Black Star has already accepted them. They have found a good home. Everyone present did not speak, staring at him and waiting for him to continue. Schneider saw this and continued, the diehard loyalists have suffered heavy losses in the battle with Jotina, so they probably do not want to waste any more energy dealing with the defectors. We have been observing for a long time, and it is time for us to leave. I know that some of you here are not willing to join others and want to establish your own faction. Everything will wait until we join hands in the defection. Those who are not willing to follow me, we will go our separate ways in the future. If we meet again in the universe, perhaps we can still remember the friendship between brothers and sisters. The moment he finished speaking, the room was silent for a while before someone spoke in agreement. That's right, we should leave. In a few days, it will be my troops' turn to patrol. This is an opportunity, and it is best to avoid conflict with the die-hard loyalists. Once the chatterbox was opened, everyone began to talk at once. Everyone present was a figure of real power, and they all offered suggestions for the defection plan, brainstorming for the benefit of the masses. On the other side, some of the die-hard loyalists had also quietly gathered in another secret room to discuss another matter. Have you heard? Jotina and that group of traitors have joined the Black Star Corps. Where did the news come from? Is it reliable? Many people witnessed their spaceship flying toward the Black Star Corps stronghold, and they never came out again. Among those traitors with ulterior motives, there has also been a lot of information. It should be reliable. Someone's eyes flashed, and he said with a deep voice, if the situation is true, we can implement a bold plan. Let our people pretend to defect and join the Black Star Corps to find a chance to save Lord Father. But Black Star is a beyond grade A mechanic. It will be very difficult to steal from under his nose. Plus, it is said that the space-time amber is unsolvable. Even the 3 universal civilizations are helpless against it. Lord Father raised us and is our respected elder. Now that he is in trouble, only we can help him. No matter how slim the hope is, we have to try, someone said firmly. All right, but there is still a problem. Those traitors definitely know about us. If we, the loyal subjects, pretend to defect, they will definitely see through it. This is indeed a problem. After being together for so long, we know each other very well. Our people will not be able to infiltrate the group of traitors. Everyone fell into hesitation. Jotina's incident had provided these loyal subjects with inspiration. Some of them wanted to put on a show and take the risk to save Garutan, who had been turned into a specimen. After all, their father was only imprisoned and had not died. The loyal subjects still had hope. This time, the sound of the communicator in the room broke the silence. Like a clap of thunder, it pulled everyone back from their dilemma. The leader opened it and said, Byram has gathered all the officers. We are going to have a meeting to discuss our future plans. Everyone was not surprised. After Garutan fell, such meetings had been held many times. Without a decision-maker, the affairs of the organization could only be decided by the many officers. Everyone had their own plans. Most of the time, they could not reach a consensus, but they had to go. The group of loyal subjects got up and left the room, rushing to the large conference room. At this time, the conference room was already full of people, all of whom were officers of the stronghold. The scene was as noisy as a market. The seats of the loyal subjects, the neutral subjects, and the traitors were clearly separated, looking at each other coldly. This group of loyal subjects saw Schneider at a glance and glared at him before finding a place to sit down. Schneider did not care about the attitude of the loyal subjects. They had also received the news of the meeting when they were gathered in the secret room and rushed over. After waiting for a while, all the officers finally arrived. Byram was the last to enter, and he closed the door of the conference room. Under everyone's gazes, he walked to the podium at the front of the room and glanced at everyone below. What happened? Why did you gather us again? One of the officers below spoke. This person was also one of the 4 generals. We haven't finished discussing the topic from last time. Today, we have to continue discussing the future of the organization. Byram showed a calm smile, then suddenly changed the topic and said with a smile, but before that, I would like to introduce a person to everyone. Everyone frowned, sensing that something was wrong from Byram's attitude. At this time, a magical wave suddenly appeared in the room, and a circle of blue teleportation door opened beside Byram. A foot slowly stepped out of the teleportation door, and a strong sense of oppression descended. The air in the room seemed to have condensed to the freezing point in an instant. Secret Master walked out and closed the teleportation door. With his hands behind his back, he scanned everyone present with an indifferent expression. The entire room was silent. At this time, Byram's smiling voice broke the silence. I believe everyone is familiar with him. This is His Excellency Secret Master, a protector of the galactic black market like father. Byram, what is the meaning of this? A loyal battle general stood up, suppressing his anger as he asked in a deep voice. In fact, everyone understood that Byram, a neutral officer, had already made contact with Secret Master. Under the guise of a meeting, he gathered all the officers so that Secret Master could capture them all and control them. He wanted to offer this stronghold and all the officers present to Secret Master as a reward for his promotion. Byram smiled but did not say anything. He turned to Secret Master and said with a smile, Father has fallen, and now countless organizations are eyeing us covetously, wanting to divide us up. Without a beyond grade A organization, we will always be a pile of loose sand. His Excellency Secret Master is Father's old friend, so he has decided to provide us protection and help us get through this difficult time. Lie, continue lying. Everyone cursed in their hearts. The neutral parties were surprised, the traitors had heavy hearts, and the loyalists were furious. Secret Master took in everyone's expressions and said calmly, This is the situation. Garutan and I are like brothers, and I cannot watch his descendants fall apart. Therefore, I will temporarily take over Beast Ancestors' organization until the situation stabilizes. Then, I will return the authority to you. To hell with your brotherly relationship. Do you think we all have amnesia? Everyone clenched their teeth. Secret Master was not as wealthy as the Black Star Corps, and the generals under Beast Ancestor were also one of the resources he wanted to occupy. Because he was not a direct enemy like Black Star, he was not worried about revenge. As a protector of the galactic black market, it was more reasonable for him to take over Beast Ancestors' organization. Furthermore, his organization was originally a mix of good and bad, belonging to the Grey faction. Therefore, he was not worried about indigestion after taking over Beast Ancestors' army. This was just an excuse for Secret Master to take over Beast Ancestors' organization. However, even if the loyalists were furious, they did not dare to stand up and oppose him. Secret Master had already said so much. If they did not know what was good for them, they would be done for if a pinnacle beyond grade A killed them. Therefore, after Secret Master finished speaking, no one dared to refute him. It was as if they all agreed. Right at this moment, Schneider slowly stood up, attracting the gazes of everyone, including Secret Master, to him. He took a deep breath and slowly said in a respectful tone, Thank you for your generosity, Secret Master. Your protection is exactly what we urgently need. I am very much in favor of you temporarily taking over Father's organization. Not bad. Secret Master nodded, feeling that this kid was quite smart. However, Schneider suddenly changed the topic. But I'm tired of this kind of life. I don't want to continue fighting in the universe with my bravery. Now, I just want to live the life of an ordinary person. Your Excellency Secret Master, I'm not against you, but everyone has their own ambitions. Please allow me to retire. Secret Master did not mind and casually said, You have the combat strength of a calamity grade. It's a pity to retire just like that. Continue to do your job. I have high hopes for you. Don't talk about resigning. Sit down. Schneider gritted his teeth and mustered up his courage. Your Excellency Secret Master, I wish to take a leave of absence. My sister has defected to the Black Star Corps. I want to tell her so that she doesn't have to worry about her family. As soon as he said this, his meaning was clear. The subtext was that he did not want to work for Secret Master but wanted to defect to Black Star. Secret Master narrowed his eyes and looked at him deeply. After a long silence, the pressure in the room grew stronger and stronger. It was only when Schneider broke out in a cold sweat that Secret Master slowly replied, I don't think it's necessary. When I officially take over, the outside world will naturally receive the news. There's no need to do this. Hearing this, the people of the rebel faction, including Schneider, all sighed in their hearts. Secret Master's attitude was already very clear. Even if he knew that they wanted to defect to Black Star, he would still detain them and not allow any officers to leave. Who knew how long he would control them? Sigh. Schneider sighed and sat down, feeling rather regretful. If he had known, he would have been more radical and acted together with Jotina. Now that he was one step too late, he might not be able to leave. The faces of the people of the rebel faction did not look too good. Only being in Cao Cao's camp but being in another could describe their current mood. Secret Master publicly placed a magic imprint on every officer to monitor their every move. He then said a bunch of pompous words, emphasizing how deep his relationship with Garutan was, how strong their relationship was, and how happy they had been together. He was just short of saying that the two of them were blood brothers. Everyone rolled their dead fish eyes as they listened to Secret Master's nonsense. When he announced the end of the meeting, everyone could not wait to get up and leave the room. Only Byram and Secret Master were left in the conference room. Byram went up to Secret Master and put on a smile. "Your Excellency Secret Master, congratulations on taking over Beast Ancestor's troops. This is only the first step. Beast Ancestor still has a lot of people in his headquarters and other star fields. I understand, but these people he brought to the flickering world are all important officers. Controlling them basically means controlling half of the Beast Ancestor organization. You've done well. When this matter is over, I'll reward you." Secret Master nodded. Hearing this, Byram's smile became even more sincere. After Jotina's betrayal, Byram decided to find a way out. Coincidentally, Secret Master was also plotting against Beast Ancestor's army, so the two of them came to an agreement and decided to assist Secret Master. The reason why he did not look for Black Star was partly because of the conflicting emotions of the members of the organization. The loyal party would definitely split, and secondly, if he gave his organization to his enemy, he would not be able to survive. In comparison, Secret Master was a more suitable choice. Byram was filled with excitement as he bid farewell and left. Secret Master watched him leave and curled his lips. Humph, a fence-sitter. Shaking his head, Secret Master took out his communicator and dialed Sorokin's number. After 3 rings, the call was connected. Sorokin's face appeared on the screen with a playful smile. "Your Excellency Secret Master, have you taken over Beast Ancestor's troops? The initial stage is complete." Secret Master nodded and said in a deep voice, "However, Black Star seems to have intervened. Someone wants to join him." Sorokin smiled and said, "Don't worry, Black Star has many strong generals under his command. He definitely won't take a liking to Beast Ancestor's troops. Since he doesn't want them, you don't have to be afraid of offending him. If you still feel that it's not safe, give Black Star enough resources as compensation after the incorporation. He won't pursue it. We'll talk about it when the time comes." Secret Master was non-committal. He was an adult. He wanted to make friends with Black Star and incorporate Beast Ancestor's troops. In short, he wanted them all. Anyway, Black Star would not take a liking to these people, so it was not like he was picking the fruits of his labor. Sorokin paused and changed the topic. "Then, what do you think about my proposal?" Secret Master narrowed his eyes. "You want to use Garutan's vacated position as a shareholder of the Limitless Financial Group in exchange for the identity of a protector of the galactic black market. Your plan is not bad. Hehe, I'm a businessman. Business is business. Since Garutan has fallen, I need a new partner." Sorokin smiled. During the years of working with Garutan, Sorokin had already infiltrated many industries in the galactic black market. If he had the identity of a protector, he would be able to open up a business. If he could incorporate the galactic black market into the Limitless Financial Group's business empire, the profits would be incalculable. Even Sorokin, who had astronomical assets, could not help but be tempted. Therefore, not long ago, he got in touch with Secret Master and proposed a deal. He would give the position of a shareholder to Secret Master, and the other party would help him get the identity of a protector of the galactic black market. After he proposed the deal, Secret Master did not directly reject, but he also did not agree immediately. From the perspective of Secret Master, without Garutan, he could finally seize more shares of the black market. If he brought in another business giant as a protector, It would be equivalent to inviting a wolf into the house. After all, everyone knew about Sorokin's intentions. However, if he became a shareholder of the Limitless Financial Group, he would be able to get involved in more serious businesses, and the profits would be greater. Therefore, Secret Master had been hesitating. At this time, hearing Sorokin mention this again, Secret Master snorted and said calmly, "Let me be frank. Although the entry requirement is beyond grade A, with your strength, it seems that you can't take on the identity of a protector. Isn't this better for you?" Sorokin smiled mysteriously. Secret Master was silent. It seemed to be the case. He pondered for a while before slowly saying, "I can try to help you and persuade the other two protectors, as well as all the managers of the black market." Sorokin's eyes lit up. Knowing that they had reached a preliminary cooperation, he smiled with satisfaction. "Thank you, Your Excellency Secret Master. Then, I will always keep the position of a shareholder of the Limitless Financial Group for you." "Okay." Secret Master responded calmly and hung up the communication. Chapter 1071. Click, click, click. The sound of mechanical assembly echoed in the private workshop. Mechanical force flashed like blue tentacles, controlling the mechanical arm to build a new king mechanical suit. Han Xiao was fully focused, watching the details of the mechanical suit being perfected step by step. The last piece of armor was embedded in the chest of the king, and a notification popped up on the interface. "You have created a gold-grade equipment, universal treasure." Phew, Han Xiao's tense expression relaxed, and he slowly exhaled. This was his second gold-grade king mechanical suit. Even with his previous experience, Spirit Instrument, and Universal Treasure Creator bonuses, he still had to try 5 times before finally succeeding. However, the number of failures was much lower than the first time. Han Xiao planned to give this new king mechanical suit to Hela. Although it was a mechanic-exclusive equipment, and Hela could not enjoy the bonuses, Han Xiao only needed its directional teleportation function to provide Hela with security. Furthermore, 2 pieces were not enough. Han Xiao still had to create a few spare kings for himself, and he might even prepare one for Ames. The amount of work was secondary, the main thing was that the cost was very high. A king was equivalent to the cost of an entire fleet. If it did not reach gold grade, it would undoubtedly be a loss. Currently, he could not guarantee that he would be able to create a universal treasure grade king every time, so he would definitely waste several times the amount of annas. Even if the Black Star Corps could afford it, this part of the cost would make him feel the pinch. Sigh, as a mechanic, it's not like I don't have the ability to make money. Han Xiao sighed. He glanced at his attribute interface. Because this was the second time he had created the king, the Spirit Instrument did not give him new God's trait transformation points, nor did it unlock a new layer of bonuses. It only gave him the ability to reload points. Because it was the same blueprint, the efficiency of the reload this time was reduced from 200 points to 160 points. It was a pity that he didn't redeem his luck this time. His hopes for a free ticket were dashed. However, he did redeem his charisma attribute, which wasn't bad. Anyway, he was always shameless. He didn't care about appearances. The 160 free attribute points continued to be saved. Han Xiao stuffed the second set of king into the special maintenance box for the mechanical suit and found a mechanical soldier to send it along with the box to Hela. It was worth mentioning that this special mechanical suit maintenance box was also an orange equipment. It could nurture the mechanical suit and increase a certain basic attribute of the mechanical suit after a long time. As a pinnacle beyond grade A mechanic, Han Xiao was currently wearing and using all the good stuff. After settling all of this, Han Xiao rubbed his eyes and stretched. It was not that he had nothing to do in the base camp. Apart from dealing with daily affairs, he had been in the workshop repairing apostle weapons and forging universal treasures. He had worked overtime for many days. Relax a little and watch them play cards. Han Xiao patted his back and was about to open the door and walk out when his communicator suddenly rang. It was a call from a high-ranking official of the Red Empire. The dynasty is finally willing to call. Has they finally decided on how to deal with me? Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he accepted the call. The remote projection of a high-ranking official appeared before him. This was the person in charge of liaising with the Beyond Grade as all year round, so he could be considered familiar with Han Xiao. Your Excellency Black Star. The dynasty official nodded and said, long time no see. Hello. Han Xiao nodded and pretended not to know. What's the matter? I know you like to be direct, so I won't waste your time. The dynasty's upper echelons are preparing to announce a plan related to you, and they want to ask for your opinion. What plan? The dynasty intends to temporarily open the right to purchase the evolutionary totem. It will no longer be limited to allies but freely sold to the entire universe. Because the evolution cube is an energy source and is in your hands, the dynasty wants to know your opinion. The dynasty official smiled. Han Xiaoxin's heart skipped a beat, and he was filled with ecstasy. Although he had guessed this possibility long ago, he was still very excited when it was confirmed. All along, the Red Empire had controlled the sales channels of the evolutionary totem and did not allow it to enter the free market. They could only sell it to allied civilizations. This was the agreement between Han Xiao and the dynasty. If the sales restrictions were lifted, every civilization in the universe would become a customer, bringing in immeasurable profits. Furthermore, this was not a one-time deal. The evolutionary totem could only operate for 20 years at most. After its energy was depleted, it would need to be recharged with the evolution cube, just like refueling. Thus, the subsequent maintenance costs would be a huge source of income. It was a super profitable business opportunity. The Red Empire held the right to purchase the evolutionary totem because they wanted to control this profit, which was to obtain the energy source, the evolution cube, from Han Xiao. They were not willing to let a non-direct ally control such an important strategic treasure. Thus, the two sides had been arguing over this issue, and a certain crack had formed in their relationship. Now that the dynasty was willing to open up the sales channels of the evolutionary totem, they had finally made a concession and taken the initiative to ease the relationship between the two sides. The reason was undoubtedly the influence of Black Star's godlike battle, and they were willing to temporarily hand over the huge profits to Han Xiao. Although he was very excited, Han Xiao still caught a phrase. Temporarily open? How long will it be? The dynasty official shook his head. I don't know. The higher-ups should not have set an end date. In other words, if he did something bad, it could end at any time, Han Xiaoxin understood. The dynasty's move was not only to rope him in, but also to control him indirectly. When he got used to the huge profits, or when his expanded army could not do without the flow of funds brought by this business, the dynasty would have a new channel to control him. He could understand this. After all, they were a universal civilization, and it was impossible to make them kowtow to you. It was already good enough that they were willing to give in and respect you. Okay, I don't have any objections. When will it be opened? Han Xiao agreed. The time has not been set yet. If it is to be officially implemented, it will probably take half a year to a year to prepare. However, within 3 days to half a month, the announcement of this decree will be announced to the entire universe. Therefore, we need to quickly discuss the profit distribution plan, the dynasty official replied. Because the previous plan was mainly to deal with the dynasty and its allies, there were many benefits. However, if it was to be sold to the entire universe, both Han Xiao and the dynasty wanted to greatly increase the price to earn money from outsiders. Therefore, the distribution plan had to be reformulated. Han Xiao thought for a while and said, in that case, I'll let my business team contact you and try to negotiate a suitable result as soon as possible. The Germinal Financial Group, which was affiliated with the army, had a group of business negotiation experts, which would come in handy in this matter. As an executive of the financial group, Pais was an expert in this area. Because he had the evolution cube, the majority of the profits would definitely be on his side. However, the dynasty had to share some of the profits as well. After all, they had helped to bear the pressure for so long, and he could not pretend that nothing had happened. Furthermore, he would still need the Red Empire to provide logistical, transportation, and raw materials assistance in the future. After all, the entire universe market was too big, and the current Black Star Corps would not be able to cover the entire universe. After the two of them discussed for a while, Han Xiao hung up the communication. Thinking that the army was about to obtain an endless source of profits, he was in an extremely good mood. Suddenly, a thought appeared in his mind. Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a mocking sneer. When the Red Empire announces this decree, I can make a trip to the Limitless Financial Group. Humph, do you think that you can take back the suppression on my business and pretend that nothing happened? How can there be such a good thing? Emerald Star Cluster, Beast Ancestor Stronghold, Actual Combat Training Ground. Boom. His fist, which was curved like a leopard's claw, was wrapped in a faint black channel flame. He fiercely punched a body's abdomen. The skin and muscles of the area where he hit rippled under the tremendous force, and a shockwave of air burst out. A burly figure was sent flying by this blow with the momentum of a cannonball, heavily crashing into the wall of the training ground with a loud bang, and smoke and dust filled the air. Schneider retracted his fist, and the poisonous light black aura dissipated. He said indifferently, "Let's not fight anymore. Let's call it a day." After saying that, he did not even look at the loyal officer who took the initiative to ask for a spar but was easily defeated by him. He put on the windbreaker that he had thrown aside and walked out of the training ground. If it were any other time, Schneider would not be bothered to respond to the challenges of others. However, he had been in a bad mood recently and wanted to vent his anger through fighting. When he thought about how everyone was grounded by Secret Master and was not allowed to leave this stronghold, Schneider could not help but sigh. Beep beep. Just then, his communicator rang. Schneider glanced at it and saw that it was a call from the big sister he had always respected, Jotina. As soon as the call connected, Jotina began to grumble, her tone filled with dissatisfaction. "I invited you to leave the Beast Ancestor with me. You said to wait and see, and I agreed. However, it's been so long, and you still haven't left with your brothers and sisters. What's the matter with you, little brother?" Schneider had a helpless look on his face as he said softly, "Big sister, it's not that I don't want to leave. It's just that there was an accident." "What accident?" Jotina frowned. "It's His Excellency Secret Master." Schneider thought of the surveillance magic brand on his body and suddenly paused. After a mental struggle, he gritted his teeth and decided to tell the truth. He said that he wants to take over the Beast Ancestor's troops and wants all of us to work for him. Now, no one can leave the Beast Ancestor stronghold, and I'm also trapped here. Jotina was furious, exasperated at his failure to live up to her expectations. "I told you to leave earlier, but you didn't listen, you coward. Look at you now, what a piece of trash. Trash. You're a disgrace to this old lady." She scolded him, and Schneider was a yes man, unable to refute and not daring to talk back. The hatred of the people of the rebel faction toward Garutan basically stemmed from the tragic fate of their birth mothers, so they were more humane than the other two factions. Some of them even had true brotherly and sisterly relationships. Schneider and Jotina grew up together, and he had been afraid of this big sister since young. Even now, there was still a shadow of his childhood. Jotina scolded him for a while. Seeing Schneider's dejected expression, she couldn't bear it and said, "If you're not willing to continue working for Secret Master, escape when you find a chance in the future." Schneider shook his head and sighed. Secret Master said that escaping without permission is considered betrayal. He left a magic brand on us, so even if we dare to escape, how can we escape from the pursuit of a beyond grade A? Jotina had a warm heart toward the brothers and sisters she recognized. She couldn't bear to see Schneider being forced to serve Secret Master. After hesitating for a while, she suddenly said, "Let me ask you, are you willing to join the Black Star Corps?" "Of course, but I don't have the chance now." Schneider sighed. Hearing this, Jotina gritted her teeth and said decisively, "Don't worry, I'll think of a way to ask the army commander for help." Then, without waiting for Schneider's reply, she hastily hung up the call. Schneider held up the communicator with a helpless expression. "Ask Black Star for help? How is that possible?" He sighed, not holding any hope at all. They were Beast Ancestor's subordinates, but although they verbally expressed the intention of joining him, they were not part of the Black Star Corps. How could Black Star offend another peak beyond grade A for a few calamity grades like them? Beast Ancestor's former palace had become Secret Master's residence. Garutan's huge throne had been stored in an alchemy storage bottle by Secret Master as a trophy. His own throne had replaced Garutan's seat. At this moment, Secret Master was sitting on the throne, flipping through the information of Beast Ancestor's officers. Byram was by his side, answering any questions at any time. At this moment, Secret Master's communicator rang. He glanced at it, and his expression suddenly became serious. This expression, as if he was facing a great enemy, stunned Byram. He secretly guessed who had called to make Secret Master's expression change so drastically. This time, Secret Master waved his hand and coldly said, "You can leave first." Hearing this, although Byram was curious, he could only leave. Although he thought that he was Secret Master's new confidant, he did not dare overstep the rules. Now that he was the only one left in the room, Secret Master picked up the call with a serious expression. "Blackstar, why are you looking for me?" As soon as he said that, Han Xiao's hearty laughter came from the communicator. "Ha ha ha, Secret Master, you seem a little nervous. You're thinking too much." Secret Master's brain worked quickly. Although he wanted to make friends with Blackstar, he could not help but feel guilty when he received a call from the other party at this moment. Han Xiao smiled. "Although we had a conflict over the primal chaos mysterious energy, it's already been resolved. There's no grudge between us, right? Speaking of which, I did you a big favor." "What favor? Do you still have to ask?" "Of course, it's Beast Ancestor. Didn't you remind me back then because you wanted to make things difficult for Garutan? You and he are both protectors of the black market, so there must be some conflicts of interest. I helped you get rid of him so that you could take over his market. Isn't that a big favor for you?" "Indeed, you helped me indirectly." Secret Master did not deny it. "Since I did you a favor, I happen to need you to do me a favor as well." Han Xiao blinked and said with a meaningful smile, "I heard that you're taking over Beast Ancestor's army. Don't worry, I'm not interested in those crooked people who view me as their enemy. If you want to take them in, it's up to you. However, there seem to be some decent people among them who want to join me. Don't stop these people." Secret Master's eyes changed slightly. He was a little reluctant to part with these calamity-grade officers. Furthermore, if he made this request, there would definitely be some officers who would use joining Blackstar as an excuse. Should he let them go or not? This way, his gains from taking over Beast Ancestor's troops would be greatly reduced, and he would definitely lose many calamity-grade talents. However, since Blackstar had called, it meant that he knew that he was detaining people. If he did not agree, he would probably offend Blackstar. Furthermore, Blackstar would definitely be very unyielding recently, and it might even worsen the conflict. He still wanted to befriend Blackstar and was not willing to lose the big picture for a small gain. Although Secret Master felt that it was a pity, he did not hesitate at this time. He was not willing to offend Blackstar for some calamity-grade officers. He said with a deep voice, "Okay, as long as there are people who want to join you, I'll let them go." "That's great." Han Xiao then laughed. The two of them suppressed their inner emotions and pretended to be good brothers. They chatted for a while before hanging up. As soon as he put down the communicator, Secret Master's expression turned ugly. He summoned Byram and ordered, "Get out of here." He ordered Byram, "Bring Schneider and his group over." Byram was a little confused, but he still did as he was told. Very soon, Schneider and the other officers of the rebel faction gathered in the palace, staring at Secret Master on the throne with complicated, helpless, and unhappy gazes. Secret Master was expressionless as he slowly asked, "Who wants to join the Blackstar Corps?" There was a slight commotion in the crowd, and they looked at each other, not knowing what Secret Master was doing. Could it be that he was testing them, wanting to make an example out of them and completely dispel their thoughts of joining someone else? Everyone immediately became alert, feeling that they had guessed the truth. They immediately expressed their loyalty. "How is that possible? We are all willing to accept the protection of His Excellency Secret Master. Everyone here is a brother, and they speak nicely. I really like this place, so how can I join someone else?" Seeing this scene, Secret Master felt his balls ache. If it was someone else, He could use this method to say that no one was willing to join him, but Secret Master did not intend to play any tricks to appease Blackstar, so he was very depressed. The current situation could be simply summarized as, "Everyone, Daddy Secret Master, we really don't want to join Blackstar." Secret Master, "No, think about it, hurry up and go find your father." Taking a deep breath, Secret Master calmed himself down and suddenly released his aura, saying in a deep voice, "Cut the crap. Those who want to join Blackstar, I won't stop you. I'm not joking with you. If you want to leave, hurry up and get lost." The people who were expressing their loyalty felt a strong pressure, and when they realized that Secret Master did not seem to be testing them, they were all stunned. What's going on? Wasn't he grounded a while ago? Why is he suddenly letting us go? Is Secret Master so fickle? Byram's expression changed as he thought of the call just now. Now that he thought about it, it was definitely Blackstar. He actually made Secret Master compromise with just a few words, and Secret Master was actually so afraid of Blackstar, Byram was secretly shocked. In the crowd, Schneider suddenly thought of his call with Jotina 2 hours ago and sucked in a breath of cold air. It can't be wrong, it's definitely Blackstar's doing. Otherwise, there's no way to explain it. He realized that Secret Master's expression was not good, and he was definitely unwilling to make this decision. Schneider secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva, a storm brewing in his heart. The way he saw it, Jotina had just joined the army and could not possibly have the right to speak. Then, Blackstar did not hesitate to offend Secret Master, most likely because he valued them. Although he did not know if his guess was right, Schneider could not help but feel touched, and he had the urge to die for his friend. Looks like Jotina was right. Blackstar is indeed someone worth joining. Because it was a private transaction, the departure of Schneider and the others did not cause much of a stir. However, 7 or 8 days later, the Red Empire issued a decree without warning, which suddenly ignited the enthusiasm of the entire universe, shocking countless people. The content of the decree was very simple. The Empire had decided to open up the right to purchase the evolutionary totem to the entire universe in 1 year's time. The 3 universal civilizations had been fighting over the evolutionary totem for a long time. As soon as this announcement was made, it caused a huge uproar, and countless civilizations went crazy with excitement. Oh my God, the Empire has finally been enlightened. The entire universe knew that the Red Empire would not make such a decision for no reason. For them to suddenly make such a decision, it definitely had something to do with recent events. And everyone knew that the only major universe-level event that had happened recently was Blackstar's godlike battle. Even ordinary people could understand the cause and effect between these two events. The Empire suddenly opened up the right to purchase the evolutionary totem because they were shocked by Blackstar's battle results. Thus, they compromised with Blackstar and took the initiative to give in, allowing Blackstar, who had the evolution cube, to control the evolutionary totem business. A universal civilization, especially one as stubborn as the Red Empire, actually gave in to a beyond grade A. How many years had it been since they had seen such a scene? After figuring this out, countless galactic residents and civilizations were shocked beyond words. On the other side, Radiance and Ethereal were not shocked but overjoyed. Blackstar had shown his might and moved the Red Empire to open up the evolutionary totem. For this, it seemed worth it even if they lost a few beyond grade As. We've taken the wrong path. If they had known this would happen, they would not have pressured the dynasty and Blackstar. They would have sent a bunch of heads to Blackstar so that he could show off his godly performance. Then, wouldn't their plan to obtain the evolutionary totem have succeeded a long time ago? The dynasty's decree set off a frenzy of public opinion in the entire universe. Han Xiao's battle results were already very popular, and now, it skyrocketed again. His personal prestige suddenly soared to a shocking level. Before the popularity of this matter died down, he alone suppressed the radiance of all the other beyond grade As. While the outside world was abuzz with rumors, the Limitless Financial Group's branch in the flickering world quietly welcomed an uninvited guest. Chapter 1072. This was a large commercial planet located in the Dawnstar cluster. Anti-gravity flying vehicles shuttled back and forth in the sky like rivers of steel hanging diagonally in the air. In the center of the planet's core city, there were many tall buildings. One of them was very eye-catching, towering into the clouds and standing out from the crowd. The entire structure was like a vertical gene chain, resembling a twisted 8. The outer wall of the building was pure white, and the corners would flash with a blue light every once in a while. It had a certain technological and artistic feel to it. At the top of the building were 8 anti-gravity hovering aprons that formed a circle, like floating islands, surrounding the infinity building sign in the middle. This was the emblem of the Limitless Financial Group. The entire building was a branch of the Limitless Financial Group. Without special circumstances, commercial organizations would not build armed bases everywhere like warlords. A small aircraft in the atmosphere slowly landed on the apron at the top of the Limitless Financial Group's branch. Han Xiao walked out of the cabin and stepped onto the platform. "Welcome, Your Excellency Black Star." The receptionist, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately welcomed him. Black Star had already informed the Limitless Financial Group about his visit, and the financial group had already arranged for the receptionist. Han Xiao nodded and said expressionlessly, "Where's Sorokin?" "Your Excellency, Sorokin is already waiting in the reception room. Please follow me." The receptionist respectfully replied and led the way. Han Xiao followed him into the Limitless Financial Group's branch, took a private elevator, and stopped on a floor. The elevator door opened, and a spacious space appeared in front of them. There was a sofa and table in the center of the room, and there were unknown species of blue and green plants in the 4 corners. The surrounding walls were all floor-to-ceiling windows, and there was no extra furniture. The entire floor was a reception room. Sorokin was waiting on the sofa. At this moment, he stood up and welcomed Han Xiao with a face full of smiles. "Your Excellency Black Star, please take a seat." The elevator door closed, and only the 2 of them were left in the room. Han Xiao sat opposite Sorokin, and only then did Sorokin sit down again. He smiled and said, "What a rare guest. When you said that you were visiting me, I didn't believe it. Why would a busy person like you suddenly come to my place? Why? Don't you welcome me?" Han Xiao tilted his head. "Haha, you must be joking. Of course, I welcome you." Sorokin maintained his smile as he secretly sized up Han Xiao. Unfortunately, he couldn't see anything. On the surface, Sorokin appeared to be hospitable, but in fact, he was full of doubts. He was secretly guessing the reason why Black Star had come to visit without warning. Recently, the news of the Empire giving in to Black Star had spread like wildfire. Sorokin had naturally heard of it. Although he was surprised, he wasn't shocked. After all, when Han Xiao had just finished the rescue of Hela, he had already guessed this possibility. His surprise came more from the fact that the Empire had really done so. Now that Black Star was in the limelight in the universe, at such a crucial moment, this guy suddenly came looking for him. Who knew what he was planning? Could it be that he wanted to cooperate on the evolutionary totem? That didn't seem likely. The Empire had no reason to let an outsider interfere. Furthermore, the Limitless Financial Group and the Black Star Corps had always had a business conflict. Although he did not mention it, he did not forget about it in his heart. Sorokin was secretly very vigilant at this time. Han Xiao appeared very relaxed, as if he was just here to catch up. He smiled and said, "This is the first time I'm here as a guest. It's really prosperous. It seems that the Limitless Financial Group is developing very well in the flickering world. This is all thanks to our partners." Sorokin picked up the wine bottle on the table, opened the cap, and personally poured a glass for Han Xiao. Good wine. This seems to be a premium product from Radiance." Han Xiao picked up the glass, swirled the amber wine inside, and listened to the crisp clinking sound of ice cubes hitting the glass. He smiled and casually said, "Speaking of which, we are also partners in certain fields." "That's right." Sorokin nodded. Han Xiao did not go straight to the point but started to chat. Sorokin could not figure out his intentions, so he could only go along with the conversation. After taking a sip of the wine, the clear and fragrant wine flowed down his throat. Han Xiao smacked his lips, reminisced about the taste, and suddenly sighed. "Sigh, until today, I still feel regret. Back then, The Limitless Financial Group almost became closer partners with us. It's a pity that you chose the bloodshed land in the end. Business matters are always unpredictable. Compared to the Black Star Core, the Limitless Financial Group is more willing to invest in an organization that has a huge size but is unable to materialize it. It's not that the Black Star Core is not good, but that the bloodshed land needs us more. I also feel deeply regretful that we were unable to reach an agreement back then. Sorokin said a bunch of polite words, but he was secretly muttering in his heart. He had invested in the bloodshed land in order to support the Black Star Army's competitor in the business sector and steal the Army's business. There was no reason for Black Star to not know about this. Now that this matter was brought up, yet he did not mention anything about the business war. Who knew what he was up to? Let this old man pretend to be polite with this person again, Sorokin thought to himself. However, at this moment, Han Xiao looked up at him and smiled. In fact, this is the purpose of my visit today. Today is different from the past. I want to represent the army and provide an opportunity for the Limitless Financial Group to cooperate. Hearing this, Sorokin narrowed his eyes and quickly calculated. Suddenly, he came to a realization. I understand now. So this is Black Star's plan. After the release of the evolutionary totem, the Limitless Financial Group did not need to continue pressuring the Black Star Core. The obstacle between the two parties had disappeared, and they could now carry out business cooperation normally. With the size of the Limitless Financial Group and the Black Star Core, if they cooperated, it would indeed be a win-win situation. For this reason, Black Star no longer pursued the past 20 years of business conflicts and took the initiative to propose the vision of cooperation. Such an approach of abandoning the past and making money together was very much to Sorokin's liking. He thought that he had guessed the purpose of Han Xiao's visit and immediately relaxed a lot. The smile on his face was no longer a formal one, and there was finally a hint of a genuine smile. Your Excellency, Black Star's proposal is exactly what I want. Now that the flickering world is filled with opportunities, if the two of us work together, we will be invincible and occupy the majority of the flickering world's market. Since Your Excellency Sorokin also thinks so, this matter will be easy to handle. Han Xiao slapped his thigh and said, then, let's set the date for me to officially become a shareholder of the Limitless Financial Group. As his voice sounded, the air in the room froze. Sorokin's smile froze on his face. What, shareholder position? Aren't we talking about a normal business cooperation between the two of us? Why are we talking about this? However, seeing the playful look in Han Xiao's eyes, Sorokin's heart skipped a beat. He realized that he seemed to have misunderstood the purpose of Han Xiao's visit. Your Excellency Black Star, forgive me for being presumptuous, but the cooperation you are talking about is, the cooperation opportunity one provided to the Limitless Financial Group is for me to become a shareholder of the Limitless Financial Group. Don't you happen to have an empty seat? Han Xiao smiled meaningfully. This was his real purpose for coming. Sorokin's eyes narrowed slightly. He finally confirmed that Han Xiao did not come with good intentions. Taking advantage of the fact that Garutan's seat is empty, Black Star wants to replace him? Do you really think that the position of a shareholder of the Limitless Financial Group is a trophy? Whether I can take it or not still depends on me. Around this shareholder position, Sorokin had already formulated a detailed strategy to enter the galactic black market. This was the bargaining chip of the deal with Secret Master, so he naturally would not give this position to anyone else. This was related to the blueprint of his business empire in his heart. Becoming the protector of the galactic black market was an extremely crucial step. Sorokin's smile faded, and he slowly said, then I'm sorry. Although Garutan met with an accident, since he's still alive, he's still a shareholder. If he dies in an accident, according to the contract he signed with me, his shares will be taken back by the consortium. I have no plans to establish a new shareholder for the time being. If you want to talk about other cooperation, I'm happy to accompany you, but there's no need to talk about the shareholder position. Han Xiao did not mind and chuckled. If I remember correctly, this is the second time you have rejected my request to become a shareholder. Hearing this, Sorokin could not help but think back. It seemed that more than 20 years ago, when the two of them first met, Black Star had proposed once. That's right, I rejected you back then. Today, my answer is still the same. Sorokin calmly said, the foundation of the consortium is huge. Any change in any shareholder requires the consent of all shareholders. At the same time, each of the three universal civilizations only has one shareholder in the limitless financial group. The three parties are in balance. Kant is already one of the shareholders, so Radiance and Ethereal will not allow a second dynasty ally to enter the shareholders' meeting. Han Xiao blinked and said meaningfully, Sorokin, 20 years have passed. Times have changed. I will give you an offer that you can't refuse. Oh. Hihi, first of all, I'll ask for the consent of all shareholders. Do you think the others will support me or reject me? Sorokin was slightly stunned, and his brows furrowed. He suddenly realized that this problem did not seem to be an obstacle to Black Star. Black Star was no longer the same as before. His position in the universe was far higher than 20 years ago. He was also in charge of building the communication platform for the Beyond Grade A United Front. Just based on this, he could obtain the support of Manison and Kasui. As Black Star's colleague, Kant would not object. Sorokin suddenly had a bad feeling. This time, Han Xiao smiled and slowly said, as for the three universal civilizations' checks and balances, do you think that Radiance and Ethereal will make an exception and allow a second dynasty ally to become a shareholder because of the evolutionary totem? Or do you think that at this point, they will openly oppose me? The dagger is revealed. This was Sorokin's only thought at this moment. His expression completely darkened. That's right, the dynasty's opening of the evolutionary totem temporarily resolved the hostility between Radiance and Ethereal. Furthermore, in order to ensure the dynasty's smooth implementation of this decree, Radiance and Ethereal might even turn into bootlickers. Not only would they try to ease their relationship with the dynasty, but they would also try to curry favor with Black Star, who had the evolution cube. Furthermore, Black Star had their captives in his hands, so he had more than enough bargaining chips to make Radiance and Ethereal compromise. If he insisted on including the condition of becoming a shareholder of the Limitless Financial Group in the ransom clause, not only would Radiance and Ethereal not stop him, they would even help Black Star become a shareholder of the Limitless Financial Group. At this moment, Sorokin finally noticed a detail that made him faintly uneasy. Once the issue of the evolutionary totem was resolved, although he had completed the transaction between Radiance and Ethereal and obtained the benefits he wanted, he had also lost these two protective talismans. This meant that if Black Star wanted to become a shareholder, as the head of the financial group, he did not have the right to refuse. He could either pinch his nose and let Black Star become a shareholder and let this guy eat an astronomical amount of dividends for free, or wait for the three universal civilizations to help Black Star and punish the Limitless Financial Group in the commercial field, forcing him to submit. He had no choice but to give it up. Thinking of this, Sorokin took a deep look at Han Xiao. What a good move, completely using his own influence. Could it be that Black Star had already predicted this? Han Xiao only smiled and slowly sipped his drink, looking fearless as he waited for the answer. Seeing this, Sorokin's expression kept changing. After a moment of silence, he slowly spoke again. Black Star, this move of yours is quite beautiful. Then, what do you plan to choose? Han Xiao's expression was playful. Do I have a choice? Hearing this, Han Xiao smiled, put down his glass, and extended his hand to Sorokin. Then, I wish us a happy cooperation. Looking at Han Xiao's hand, Sorokin took a deep breath, suppressed his feelings, and squeezed out a smile. He reached out and shook Han Xiao's hand. Happy cooperation. Clenching their fists tightly, their gazes collided in mid-air, as if sparks were about to fly. Seeing the playful look in Han Xiao's eyes, Sorokin could not help but have the urge to attack. However, this thought was extinguished as soon as it appeared. He recognized the reality. Since he could not resist, he could only enjoy it. Even if it hurt, he decisively compromised and gave in to Han Xiao. Han Xiao was keenly aware of Sorokin's killing intent. At this moment, he felt as if he had seen a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. His killing intent was even stronger than Hellas. He did not believe that he did not have tens of billions of lives in his hands. This old guy really used to kill without batting an eyelid. However, Han Xiao did not care. He smiled and withdrew his hand. He knew that Sorokin was used to pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. He was bullying the other party because they did not dare to attack. After all these years, Han Xiao had a good understanding of Sorokin's style. This person did not care about personal reputation at all. If he took the initiative to attack and dared to attack, Sorokin would dare to pretend to be defeated and let him beat him up. Then, he would use propaganda tools to make the whole universe know. That way, he would not be in the right, and his position as a shareholder would be ruined. His positive reputation would plummet, and he would lose a lot of financial groups. Although he did not have the support of Radiance and Ethereal, the identity of the head of the Limitless Financial Group was also a protective talisman. This was not some random grey organization but the head of a legal galactic business organization. Using violence against such a person would have a huge negative impact. It was like a person with the surname Ma beating up another person with the surname Ma. Whether it would make the headlines or not, it was obvious. After getting what he wanted, Han Xiao stopped teasing Sorokin. He put away his smile and said, "Since we have reached a consensus, please announce this to the outside world as soon as possible. I won't disturb you anymore. Okay, take care." Sorokin forced a smile and sent him off. After Han Xiao left the room, Sorokin's face turned completely sour. This time, he had screwed up. Although it seemed like the shareholder had changed from Garutan to Blackstar, this had destroyed Sorokin's business strategy and missed a great opportunity to enter the galactic black market. As a businessman, watching an important business opportunity slip through his fingers, the pain could not be described with words. It was unforgettable. Furthermore, with Blackstar's vigilance against him, he would not sincerely cooperate with the Limitless Financial Group. Therefore, the Limitless Financial Group would probably not be able to get any benefits from this shareholder. They could only give Blackstar dividends for free and might even have to deal with Blackstar's reverse infiltration. Just thinking about it made Sorokin feel terrible. All along, the Limitless Financial Group had been using commercial means to hinder the development of the Blackstar core. They had only stopped recently. However, this time, Han Xiao had turned the tables on them. Catcher. The wine glass was crushed, and the shards fell to the ground. Sorokin did not wipe his hands and allowed the amber wine to drip from the gaps of his fists. His expression was extremely ugly as he muttered to himself, "I hate beyond grade as, PY push book this number is toxic," by the kindergarten leader. Introduction. Lu Zun, who had just created a Smurf account, transmigrated to the Xianxia genre game Heavenly Dust. He's clearly a player, but for some reason, he has an NPC model. As for the real players, they will descend in 3 years. Now, the first thing he has to face is a demoness who wants to capture him and use him as a sex slave. Chapter 1073. As the spaceship left the Limitless Financial Group's branch, Han Xiao watched as the building became smaller and smaller. Only then did he retract his gaze and chuckle. The timing was good. Sorokin compromised. In his estimation, the success rate of the negotiation was about 70%. Even if he had the right timing, location, and people, he did not dare say that he had a 100% chance of making Sorokin give in. Fortunately, his judgment of Sorokin's character was not wrong, and the result was not bad. If it was any other beyond grade A with a violent temper, they would have probably fallen over with him. However, Sorokin was good at enduring, and this was probably not the first time he had encountered such a situation. After weighing the pros and cons, he chose to compromise. Speaking of which, Sorokin is avoiding showing his strength. There must be a lot of tricks behind it. Han Xiao stroked his chin and muttered to himself. This guy was not like the other beyond grade A organizations, who relied on the influence of their individual strength to develop their organization. He had almost no achievements worth mentioning. The huge foundation of the financial group today was because Sorokin had managed it well, and it was all normal and legal business. The advanced civilizations had always been wary of non-allied beyond grade A organizations. As one of the top super corporations in the universe, The stronger Sorokin was, the more people feared him. Business organizations were not warlords and had their own industry rules. Once targeted by the three universal civilizations, it would be difficult for the financial group to continue operating steadily. Furthermore, if others suddenly found out that he had been hiding his strength, this fear would multiply. However, this was only one of the reasons. Han Xiao still remembered some of the information displayed on Sorokin's interface. This guy had probably changed many aliases and lived in the universe with different identities. No matter how many times Sorokin changed his aliases, his abilities would not change. Thus, he avoided using his full strength. It might also be that he did not want to be recognized. Perhaps he had done something big in the past, so he deliberately changed his name. This guy is full of mysteries. Han Xiao shook his head. This was all guesswork. Perhaps Sorokin had other motives. However, no matter what the secret was, he had made Sorokin suffer this time. He had taken revenge for 20 years of suppression. Every year, the shareholders would receive huge dividends from the limitless financial group. This was not a small amount. Although it was not enough to make Sorokin cough up everything, it could still be considered as making up for the losses of the army. Under normal circumstances, the huge dividends would not be taken for free. Every shareholder position given by the limitless financial group had a goal, and they would have business cooperation with the beyond grade A shareholders. However, Han Xiao naturally would not let the limitless financial group share the army's business and channels. Otherwise, it would be giving Sorokin free money. He had already made up his mind to only take the money and not do anything. He would only be a dog in the manger and cause trouble for Sorokin. With the release of the evolutionary totem and my position as a shareholder of the limitless financial group, the army will be able to make two huge profits. The abundant funds will support the army's continued expansion, and the stock price of the Germinal Financial Group will definitely skyrocket. Han Xiaoxin happily calculated in his mind. He took out his communicator and sent a message to the three universal civilizations. Reaching an agreement with Sorokin was only the first step. He still had to file a record with the three universal civilizations in exchange for their support. Because of the issue of the evolutionary totem and the captives, this was not difficult. After sending the message, Han Xiao let out a sigh of relief. Now that the dynasty, radiance, and ethereal had all expressed their stance, and Sorokin had also suffered a setback, this meant that the aftermath of Black Star's godlike war was almost done. If there was anything left to do, it would be to settle the score with Traveler and the supercluster civilization behind him. Traveler had already gone into hiding, but Han Xiao knew which supercluster civilization he belonged to. However, after thinking about it, Han Xiao did not plan to deal with the supercluster civilization behind him for the time being. On one hand, the supercluster alliance was currently developing as a group, steadily expanding in the free competition zone. They would not easily cause trouble, so there was no chance for him to take action. On the other hand, the three universal civilizations would not sit by and watch the supercluster alliance develop in the flickering world. They would definitely take action, and it was probably still brewing. Therefore, Han Xiao decided to wait for an opportunity. When the time came, he would cooperate with the three universal civilizations to give the supercluster alliance a head-on blow. It would be much easier than the army doing it alone. Things are almost done. The construction of the Beyond Grade A United Front platform should also be put on the agenda. Han Xiao rolled his eyes. Man Ison and Kasui, one a director and the other a movie king, did not rush him after everything was done. No matter what grudges they had in the past, at the very least, he owed them a favor during the rescue of Hela. Therefore, he still had to pay more attention to the United Front. The purpose of this platform is to use the opportunity of the flickering world to unify the forces of all the Beyond Grade as and give everyone a reasonable platform to communicate with each other, becoming the bridge that binds the Beyond Grade as together. It can't be built in secret behind the three universal civilizations, nor can it be built too openly. United Front, United Front. Wait, United Front. Han Xiao suddenly had an idea. He hurriedly recited a few socialist mantras to suppress some subtle thoughts. Can't say, can't say. I should go back and think about it. At the same time, Secret Master, who was far away in the Beast Ancestor stronghold, received a communication request from Sorokin. Sorokin, what's the matter? Your Excellency Secret Master, I have bad news for you. Sorokin sighed. Speak. Secret Master frowned. There's a problem with the deal we discussed earlier. Secret Master was confused. What happened? I said that I would keep the shareholder position for you, but just now, Blackstar came over and threatened me. You also know that because of the evolutionary totem, the 3 universal civilizations will definitely support him. In order to reduce my losses, I can only agree to his request. You mean, Blackstar took away the shareholder position I reserved? Secret Master's expression changed. Sigh, that's indeed the case. I can get a new major shareholder position, but it'll be troublesome to dilute the shares of others. I'll have to spend a lot of time on some business operations to complete the capital increase. Otherwise, the other Beyond Grade A shareholders won't be happy. Sorokin could not take out his shares, or else he would lose control of the financial group. All right, we'll talk about the deal after you're done. Secret Master was helpless. Although he said that they would work together in the future, he already had plans to cancel the deal. Sorokin is too unreliable. I was the one who came first. Secret Master was not angry about Han Xiao snatching his lollipop. After all, in his opinion, Blackstar did not know about this private deal and was not targeting him. A few days later, Flickering World Beyond Grade A Development Union. In the Army Commander's office in Blackstar Palace, Sylvia looked at the prototype of the proposal that Han Xiao handed over and could not help but be surprised. Han Xiao rested his head on his hands, put his legs on the table, and raised his brows. Is there a problem? There's a huge problem. The dynasty won't agree. Sylvia had a helpless expression. Openly joining forces with a Beyond Grade A organization, isn't this the same as finding trouble with the 3 universal civilizations? What are you talking about? The Flickering World Beyond Grade A Development Union is a civil organization. Its purpose is to deal with the conflicts between the Beyond Grade A organizations during the expansion of the Flickering World, using negotiation to prevent the Beyond Grade as from erupting into armed conflicts, and jointly maintain the security of the Flickering World. This is a good thing that benefits the entire starfield, and it's also a logical idea that came to me after this incident. I'm just worried that there will be more Beyond Grade as courting death and getting caught by me, Han Xiao said with a righteous look. Sylvia was speechless. Waving the document in her hands, she said, You know that this nonsense won't fool the 3 universal civilizations, right? Hearing this, Han Xiao put away his gentlemanly expression and rolled his eyes. Of course, what else can I do? If we want to join forces with the Beyond Grade we have to find a reason and put on a layer of skin. Whether the 3 universal civilizations believe it or not, we have to come up with a buffer. Sylvia had a worried look. With our Blackstar Corps taking the lead, won't it be too conspicuous? Especially with the dynasty. So, this is just a draft. I still have to pull in some people and establish the union first. Those who participated in the meeting of the gods will naturally join. Han Xiao shook his head. Although there were various alliances among the Beyond Grade there had never been an overall union, such as the Mercenary Association, the Pharmacist Association, the Superhero Association, and so on. Although the name of this organization was the Development Union, in the eyes of those with discerning eyes, this was the Beyond Grade A Association of the Explored Universe. As long as most of the Beyond Grade joined this organization, it would lead the new Beyond Grade to join in the future. The membership range would be even wider than that of the ancient ones, including the entire Beyond Grade If the appeal of the Beyond Grade continued to expand the membership range, it might even evolve into a super association of the entire universe. That would be terrifying because such associations were usually established by the 3 universal civilizations. The 3 universal civilizations definitely won't be at ease with such a civilian organization. They'll definitely request for officials to join. By then. Sylvia hesitated. I know what you mean. The Beyond Grade have a special meaning, and the 3 universal civilizations don't wish for an association of this nature to appear. However, It's also because we're beyond grade as that they can only not wish for it, but not forbid it, Han Xiao said. He knew very well that once such an organization was established, the beyond grade as would no longer be a sheet of loose sand. The nature of the organization would change, and the three universal civilizations would definitely be wary. However, for now, the establishment of the Beyond Grade A Association was just to facilitate communication and not really to do anything bad. Thus, even if the three universal civilizations were wary, they would not immediately take any measures. However, it would be hard to say in the future. The problem that the United Front could not avoid was the factions that the Beyond Grade as belonged to. This was a shackle created by the three universal civilizations, and the Beyond Grade as would not be allowed to break free. Furthermore, the Mecha Empire wanted to unite the Beyond Grade as, while Han Xiao himself wanted to reduce the Beyond Grade A casualties and accumulate high-end combatants in the explored universe. The goals of the two were different, and there might be differences at some point. At the same time, the Beyond Grade as themselves were not united, and there were many problems. Army Commander, you're playing with fire. Sylvia had a worried expression, and her mind was filled with information about the tragedy of the Pinnacles. Now that the Black Star Corps was flourishing, she did not want to see the three universal civilizations purge the Beyond Grade A organizations. If that happened, the Black Star Corps might even be included in the purge list. The reason why the three universal civilizations' dominance was unbreakable was because the three of them combined were enough to overturn the entire explored universe. She had no doubt that the three universal civilizations were willing to pay the price to kill all the disobedient Beyond Grade as in the universe, even if they were allies. Without a universal civilization backing them, a Beyond Grade A would still be a Beyond Grade A, and vice versa. Without a Beyond Grade A ally, a universal civilization would still be a universal civilization. You're overthinking it. Everyone knows what they're doing, and it won't come to that. This is just a test. Han Xiao sighed. The existence of a Beyond Grade A is too sensitive. Now, we can only take one step at a time and observe the three universal civilizations' reaction. Alright, then I'll go perfect the plan. Sylvia had no choice but to agree. After all, Han Xiao was the boss. She got up and opened the door, only to see Fu Ding standing outside. He had also come to look for Han Xiao. The two of them walked past each other. Looking up and seeing Fu Ding, Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. He sat up straight and smiled. Aren't you practicing your singing today? How come you have time to look for me? I know everything, and you actually want me to act. Fu Ding had a helpless expression. Can't you discuss this with me beforehand? It's just being a celebrity. It's your old profession. Plus, the army needs you. You can't reject it, right? Han Xiao chuckled. Alright, forget about acting. But why am I the main character? Fu Ding was speechless. That director actually asked me to act as you. The character Fu Ding played in the movie was Black Star. Lucky people always had to be the main character. This arrangement is very appropriate. Only someone as handsome as you can act as me. Look, if the two of us stand there, those who don't know will probably think that we're twins. Fu Ding was speechless. Han Xiao laughed for a while before waving his hand. Alright, I'll stop teasing you. The main reason is that no one dares to act as me. No one dares to take on the role of me. Plus, you're one of my people, and you used to be a celebrity, so that's how the director arranged it. But how long has it been since I last acted? Isn't this too much of a joke? Fu Ding hesitated. Haha, only by letting you act as the main character will the movie be popular. Plus, you're already a calamity grade and a psychic. How difficult can acting be for you? Han Xiao laughed. Han Xiao had to persuade the skeptical Faden for a while before he managed to persuade him to leave. He shook his head with a smile and took out his communicator to check the latest news. After scrolling through the news for a while, he was suddenly stunned. His eyes locked onto one of the internal news from the dynasty. Dark Emperor has resigned. Chapter 1074. Dark Emperor Clotty will temporarily be relieved of his duty as the dynasty ruler's personal guard captain. Quantum Demon Judith will temporarily replace him. Han Xiao perked up and browsed through this information. He could not help but ponder. The three universal civilizations each had a peak beyond Grade A as the personal guard of their leader. The Red Empire had Dark Emperor, Clotty, the Radiant Federation had Golden Ring, Ulu, and the Arcane Church had God's Chosen, Warnos, all of whom were direct beyond Grade As. In the beyond Grade A circle of the dynasty, the Dark Emperor had a high status, and he was also famous for not getting along with others. After all these years of contact, Han Xiao already knew Clotty's personality very well. This guy was loyal to the dynasty. If there was no special reason, he would not be relieved of his duty as the personal guard captain. Furthermore, this did not happen at the same time in Han Xiao's previous life, so the possibility of it being a personal matter could be ruled out. It had to be that Clotty had accepted some special mission. It's probably the butterfly effect caused by me again. Maybe it has something to do with the evolutionary totem or the rescue of Hela. Han Xiao thought to himself. To be honest, he was a little worried about this. According to what he knew in his previous life, some of the direct beyond grade as of the advanced civilizations were loyal and dedicated, putting the civilization above their beyond grade A status. The Dark Emperor was one of them. These people were not the target of the united front of the beyond grade as but could even be enemies. If such a monster was allowed to move freely in the outside world, who knew what would happen? It might be an obstacle to the flickering world beyond Grade A development union. However, it's useless to think so much now. Because of my existence, the destiny lines of many people have changed. I can only improvise. Han Xiao was helpless. As for Quantum Demon Judith, who replaced Clotty, he was a beyond grade a virtual mechanic of the dynasty. He guarded and protected the dynasty's main artificial intelligence, heroic soul, all year round. Speaking of which, the dynasty's direct beyond grade as don't have much contact with our allies. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. In the beyond grade A circle of the dynasty, the ones who liked to lurk the most were their allies, and the direct members of the dynasty seemed to be used to lurking. Unlike their allies, the experts from the direct line of the dynasty all had official positions. Some were stationed at the secondary dimensional outposts, some were the military instructors of the entire dynasty, and some were in charge of the special fleet guarding the borders. They did not have as much freedom as their allies. Only people like Kola, who were half of the direct line of the dynasty, were more relaxed. Of course, it was also possible that the Empire felt that he was too weak. While he was thinking, virtual particles appeared out of thin air before him, condensing into Philip's image. Master, Jotina and her team have arrived. It's time to inspect them. Philip blinked his big eyes. This was the reminder that Han Xiao had set. Oh, have they arrived? Bring them to the hall of the inner ring base. At the same time, gather Hela and the other Calamity grade officers to meet the newcomers. Han Xiao stood up, put on the army commander's cape, and walked out of the room. Jotina and her team followed the receptionist all the way to the hall of the inner ring base. Many army officers also arrived one after another, curiously sizing up their future colleagues. Without the approval of the army commander, no one went up to chat for the time being. This group of people did not only include the 7 Calamity grade supers that Jotina had initially jumped over, but there was also a second batch of people, including Schneider. A total of 11 people were waiting in the center of the hall, similarly sizing up the army officers. The two sides stared at each other, and after a while, Han Xiao and Hela finally arrived. Greetings, Captain of the Black Star Corps and Deputy Army Commander Hela. Jotina and the others immediately bowed. Han Xiao laughed. Everyone is here. Welcome to the Black Star Corps. From now on, we're all on the same side. Welcome. In front of others, Hela did not smile and spoke concisely. 11 Calamity grade supers were already a very powerful force, enough to occupy an area in the universe. Now that they had all joined, the high-level combatants of the army had increased by a lot. Furthermore, there were elites like Jotina and Schneider among them. Every time a high-level combatant joined, Han Xiao would personally inspect them. These former officers of the Beast Ancestor had come to the Black Star Palace for this reason. As for your positions, I have yet to arrange them. If you have any requests, you can tell me, and I will consider them. Han Xiao smiled. Hearing this, everyone expressed that they did not mind as long as they could serve the army. Only Jotina had a different opinion. Your Excellency Blackstar, if possible, I hope to become your personal guard. Oh! Han Xiao looked at her curiously. What do you think? Jotina raised her head and looked straight at Han Xiao. Her eyes were burning, and she did not hide her thoughts at all. The body does not lie. I have a lot of feelings for you, so I hope to be by your side often. If possible, I hope that something will happen between us. As soon as she said that, the air was dead silent. Hella's eyes suddenly narrowed. She was originally a little careless, but now she was seriously sizing up Jotina from head to toe. The officers around thought that they had misheard, and their faces were filled with disbelief. They did not expect this woman to be so bold and so explicit. Even Schneider's brothers and sisters were shocked. They stared at their big sister in disbelief. Damn, we just joined the army, and you're already hinting at mating with a beyond grade A in public? You're too gutsy. Even if you have feelings for Blackstar, you should have done it step by step. To be so direct, as expected of you. Han Xiao was stunned for a moment. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. He waved his hand and said, all right, I'm not interested in this kind of thing. I'll try my best to consider your request. Let's talk about something more serious. I need to understand your strength. Walk up to me one by one and take a punch from me so that I can judge your abilities. He gently changed the topic, and Jotina did not pursue it. The topic returned to normal, but there was still a strange atmosphere. Everyone glanced back and forth between Han Xiao and Jotina from time to time with strange gazes. Some even carefully moved away from Hella, whose eyes were firmly locked on Jotina, for fear that they would be splashed with blood. A line of calamity grades lined up in front of Han Xiao. Nanoparticles gushed out from Han Xiao's back and merged into a silver-black humanoid mechanical body. It floated beside Han Xiao, looking like a substitute emissary. This humanoid mechanical body gave every former Beast Ancestor officer who walked up a heavy punch, dealing damage. The attributes of every calamity grade were displayed in the combat information. Han Xiao quickly scanned through their abilities and had a rough idea. Among this group of people, the strongest was naturally the beyond grade A seed claw concubine Jotina. She was a hero among the calamity grade pugilists and was proficient in the Beast Ancestor style martial arts. Her strength and agility were on point, and she was fast and strong. She was inclined towards attacking and explosive attacks. Her damage output was very high, and her physique was not weak. She was an all-round warrior, and her combat strength was at the forefront of the calamity grade officers of the army. Great Python Schneider was an elite calamity grade, and there were two others whose combat strength was not much different from his. Their strength was not bad, and they could take care of themselves. Among the 11 people, 9 were pugilists, and the remaining 2 were espers. Beast Ancestors' organization was also made up of people with big muscles who did not have good brains. Basically, no one liked to learn, and there were basically no mags or mechanics. Han Xiao planned to let all of them be combatants, with a small portion of them joining the Blackstar Guards, and most of them being led by Hurlus as the high-level guards of the different fleets. After a round of encouragement, Han Xiao left with Hella, leaving the army officers to interact with this group of new colleagues. The two of them left the hall and took a walk in the corridor. The army members they met all nodded and saluted. Hella looked straight ahead, and Han Xiao returned a smile. You're quite popular. After walking for a while, Hella suddenly spoke. You're referring to Jotina? Han Xiao laughed. I'm at the peak of personal strength, after all. It's normal for people to treat me as an idol. Don't you worship me as well? Nonsense, when did I worship you? Hella snorted and looked away. Haha, when you were surrounded, you personally admitted that you've admired me for decades. There's no point in denying it. I still have the recording. Damn it, do you want to fight? Hella flew into a rage out of humiliation. Blair-tilde veins popped out on Hella's forehead. She took a few deep breaths to calm herself down. After being interrupted by Han Xiao, She was no longer depressed. She frowned and asked, "How do you plan to arrange for Jotina? You're not really going to let her become a Black Star Guard, are you? She's so strong, so why not? Are you afraid of a calamity grade doing anything to me? I'm a beyond grade A." Han Xiao raised his brows. Humph. Hela turned her head away. Although she did not like the unrestrained Jotina, Hela would not use her position to obstruct her. She was not someone who would use such small tricks, so she would not interfere with Han Xiao's decision. Seeing that Hela did not say anything else, Han Xiao thought for a while and suddenly said, "Speaking of which, the army is expanding very quickly, and there are new people every few days. As a result, the members of the army are not very familiar with each other, and they do not understand the upper echelons. This is not good for the unity of the army. I feel that we should hold a large-scale event to promote mutual understanding." Hela turned her head and looked over. "What are you thinking of doing?" "I'm thinking of holding some internal competitions, such as military parades, martial arts competitions." As he said that, Han Xiao's eyes gradually lit up. Currently, the Black Star Corps was huge, and there were many talents under its command. They had enough resources to hold large-scale internal events, and letting the members participate in such events after work was beneficial to increasing the sense of belonging to the faction and promoting the culture of the faction. Han Xiao's idea was to hold a league. The Pro League was an internal competition among the players, and he was prepared to hold a large-scale competition organized by NPCs in the name of the army. Not only would the players participate, but all the army members would also be able to participate. Martial arts competitions were the main focus. He felt that they could divide the competition into different groups according to their grade, from grade C, grade B, all the way to the calamity grade. The elites of each grade would be selected and praised by the entire army. At the same time, the low-grade members would be able to see the strength of the upper echelons. Apart from martial arts competitions, they could also set up various competitions, such as driving, commanding, and so on. They could also set up sports events that were exclusive to supers of various types. Even entertainment events like Wayne cards could be used as a separate leisure event. In Han Xiao's vision, this event could be made into the army's Olympics, held once every few years as a celebration for the faction. It could also be used to display their strength to the outside world, killing many birds with one stone. If it was done, the scale would be many times larger than the Pro League. It would definitely be a party for the entire army, not just the players. Just thinking about it made Han Xiao a little excited. Holding an event like this seems to cost quite a lot of money. Hela hesitated. "Sai, what are you talking about? Do we look like people who lack that bit of money?" Soon, he would be selling the evolutionary totems and becoming a shareholder of the Limitless Financial Group. Currently, Han Technician was quite inflated in terms of money. He had completely entered the realm of being a father who had nothing but money. If he could spend money to increase the cohesion and attractiveness of the faction, it would be quite profitable for him. The more Han Xiao thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. When he returned from the secondary dimensions and dealt with the Beyond Grade A Association, he would have plenty of time to hold such a celebration. Now, however, he could propose a prototype for Sylvia to perfect. Anyway, he had someone to take care of the chores, so there was no burden. Squeezing his chief administrative officer dry had already become a habit of Han Xiao. It could not be helped. Sylvia was both beautiful and useful. He had already gotten used to it. Sylvia was very efficient. A day later, she completed the draft of the Flickering World Beyond Grade A Development Union. Han Xiao revised it and sent it to Manison to discuss this matter together. Although the two of them had a conflict of interest, they needed to cooperate on this matter. Development Union. This format is not bad. Although it's an excuse, it's still reasonable and can pass the 3 universal civilizations. In the encrypted channel, Manison browsed the draft while giving his opinion. This is just a pretense. On the surface, the scope of cooperation is limited to the flickering world. In reality, as long as this association is set up, the conflicts between Beyond Grade as in other starfields can be resolved on this platform. At the same time, the Beyond Grade A organizations of the various starfields will form a network of interests across the entire universe, providing a platform for each member to communicate and cooperate with each other. This will achieve the goal of uniting strength, Han Xiao said. Man Ison pondered. This is similar to an enhanced version of the Ancient Ones. However, to achieve this, most beyond grade as need to be willing to accept this method of cooperation and make their own organizations a link in the network of interests. However, if there are no benefits, most people won't be willing to cooperate, and there's also the obstacle of belonging to the various factions. Han Xiao interrupted. Therefore, we have to declare that this association is neutral in nature. It's just a loose organization similar to the Ancient Ones to weaken the influence of faction affiliation as much as possible. As for benefits, we need the larger beyond grade A organizations to set an example, which is to become the leader of the network of interests and take the initiative to offer a share of the cooperation. Only then will some beyond grade A organizations be willing to join. Who are the confirmed leaders now? Only me and you. Han Xiao shook his head. Our organizations can be considered giants among the beyond grade as enough to set an example. If we're willing to offer some cooperation projects, we can indeed attract many people, but just the two of us are not enough. We need more leaders, preferably peak beyond grade as, or we won't be able to control the others. I understand what you mean. Man Ison agreed. We need organizations with enough influence in various fields. I can try to persuade all the Ancient Ones, and it's best to get the few protectors of the galactic black market to take the lead. At the same time, we can't forget those outstanding neutral beyond grade as. By the way, there's also Sorokin, who controls the Limitless Financial Group. His money is also very important. In the beyond grade A circle, Sorokin was recognized as the richest person with the largest assets. Although most people did not care about his combat strength, no one looked down on his ability to earn money. This time, Han Xiao's eyes flashed. I have a question. With so many leaders, who will be the president? Hearing this, Man Ison narrowed his eyes. Since they were going to form the association, this question could not be avoided. The president of the Beyond Grade A Association was of great significance. This was equivalent to the position of the leader of the pugilistic world. It was equivalent to being recognized as the chief by the beyond grade as. Therefore, regardless of strength or influence, they had to convince the masses. Pinnacle beyond grade as were the prerequisites. Man Ison would undoubtedly become a popular candidate, and Han Xiao was also qualified to compete for the president. The president's position was risky. He would become the main target of the advanced civilizations, attracting firepower, but the benefits were also huge. Man Ison had his eyes on this position because of his own interests, and Han Xiao, as the main leader, had no reason to give up the position. After a moment of silence, Man Ison slowly spoke, avoiding this sensitive topic. There's only the two of us now. It's too early to discuss this matter. Let's persuade those people I mentioned earlier first. Okay. Han Xiao nodded slightly and hung up the communication. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief and frowned slightly. Because this was a beyond grade A association, everyone was a big shot, so it was impossible to have a say. Therefore, persuading the other beyond grade as to join now was equivalent to pulling in supporters for himself. Only with enough beyond grade as could he become the president of the flickering world beyond grade A development union. To put it simply, this was a matter of fighting for face. Strength alone was not enough. My connections are quite wide, but compared to Man Ison, Han Xiao could not help but shake his head. He was confident in his connections, but Man Ison had lived for too long. His friendship with his friends was naturally much deeper than his, so it would be difficult for him to win. If he wanted this position, he could only start with benefits. For example, letting others see that whoever became the president would bring more benefits. It's going to be difficult. It's probably going to be another fight. Han Xiao thought. Chapter 1075. After confirming that the plan was feasible, the two of them split up to recruit more people. The peak beyond grade as that Han Xiao was more familiar with were the three old friends of the dynasty. Most of the others were friends he had fought with. In comparison, Man Ison was more familiar with people. Radiance, Ethereal, the galactic black market, and the neutral peak beyond grade as were all lobbied by him. Since his connections were indeed not as good as the other parties, Han Xiao did not stop Man Ison from doing more work. He had already made up his mind to compete from other directions. Only the dynasty's side was managed by Han Xiao. He sent the development union proposal to Milizors and Kant, inviting the two of them to participate in this grand event. As for the Dark Emperor, Han Xiao did not invite him. Thanks to the consensus reached during the meeting of the gods, most peak beyond grade as readily agreed to build a beyond grade A platform in the form of a development union. There were also a small number of people who hesitated, worried about the reaction of the three universal civilizations, but overall, it went smoothly. The direct beyond grade as of the advanced civilizations were not included in the list of invitees. When the development union was fully established, they would only send out invitations to this group of people. After all, most of these direct beyond grade as placed their own civilization above their personal interests. Although respectable, they were not on the same side. Kant and Milizors were both allies. While accepting Han Xiao's invitation, they also raised their concerns. Black Star, your relationship with the dynasty has finally improved. Now that you're taking the lead to build a beyond grade A association, the dynasty will be unhappy with you, right? No ruler wants to see the unstable factors in their jurisdiction unite, but there's no other way. Everyone has different standpoints, so things can't always go as planned. Han Xiao nodded. Kant reminded him, you have to be careful. Manison's goal is to seek benefits. He wants to tie the beyond grade as together and use them as his bargaining chip. You're still young, so don't be used by him. These peak beyond grade as actually knew that Man Ison wanted to use them, but because they saw long-term benefits, they did not reject this plan. I know his intentions, but doing this is beneficial to the beyond grade as. If it can really be realized, it can reduce the number of beyond grade as killing each other due to faction affiliation. On one hand, Han Xiao wanted to preserve his strength. On the other hand, he wanted to intervene in the calamity of the supers as a chess player. If you ask me. Kant lowered his voice and said, if the Beyond Grade A association is fully formed, we can solve the problem of excessive individual strength on our own. Every time the Beyond Grade As grow to a certain point, we'll do an internal cleansing and get rid of some of the non-lawful fellows, actively balancing the ratio of individuals to the collective. This is better than the three universal civilizations doing it personally. Hearing this, Han Xiao couldn't help but take another look at him. This was to snatch the liquidation right from the hands of the three universal civilizations, using some ordinary Beyond Grade As the price to maintain their peak Beyond Grade A status. If they continued to develop normally, the Beyond Grade A association would indeed have a certain chance of evolving into such a state. When the Beyond Grade As were strong enough and successfully raised their status, the association would actively control the number of Beyond Grade As to prevent the three universal civilizations from massacring the Beyond Grade As. With the Beyond Grade A association trimming the branches, they would maintain the number of Beyond Grade As at a level where they could threaten the three universal civilizations but not force them to take action. This way, they would be able to decide who to kill and how many to kill. With the initiative in hand, their losses would naturally be much smaller than if the three universal civilizations took action. Among the peak Beyond Grade As, there were probably quite a few who had the same idea as Kant. The act of climbing the wall and pulling out the ladder was nothing new. After all, once the number of Beyond Grade As reached a certain level, the nature of the organization would gradually change. To most Beyond Grade As, the risk far outweighed the benefits. As expected, although these peak Beyond Grade As agreed to join, they all had different plans. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and did not say anything. Overall, there were no twists and turns in recruiting people. Very soon, the operation was carried out. The organizations of the leaders cooperated, mobilized resources, and planned to choose a location in the flickering world to build the development union's headquarters. Such a huge movement naturally couldn't be hidden from the other organizations, and the leaders did not intend to hide it. After all, the nature of the organization was not a secret, and the three universal civilizations were supposed to know about it. Of course, The news also reached the dynasty's ears. Pa. Black Star is pushing his luck. In the ruler's office, Bekarodi slammed the table with a furious expression. He pulled a few of the hardline upper echelons and angrily scolded Han Xiao in front of Urinril. Look at Black Star's recent actions. He doesn't even put the dynasty in his eyes. He just eased the relationship with the dynasty, and he dares to do such a thing. Does he think that the dynasty's kindness in opening up the evolutionary totem is weakness? Urinril rubbed her brows. Then, what do you think we should do? Bekarodi yelled, I think we should warn Black Star. If he insists, the dynasty will withdraw the order to open up the evolutionary totem as a warning to him. Urinril did not comment. If we withdraw this order, what do you think Radiance and Ethereal will do? Humph, the two of them have coveted the evolutionary totem for a long time, but they know what's more important. On this issue, the evolutionary totem has to stand aside. Radiance and Ethereal will definitely not speak up for Black Star. Bekarodi's tone was confident, and he was very sure of this judgment. Urinril knocked on the table and slowly said, You're right. However, after the meeting of the gods, we already expected such a situation. It's useless to warn Black Star alone. This is the general trend. When she found out that Black Star and the others had the intention of unifying the Beyond Grade she knew that the hardline faction would come to cause trouble. To be honest, Urinril did not like to see signs of Beyond Grade working together. However, this issue was very sensitive and involved a lot of people, so she could not make a decision casually. Thus, she could not easily withdraw the order to open up the evolutionary totem and warn Black Star like what Bekarodi had said. His suggestion was rejected, but Bekarodi was not angry. He knew that the ruler would do this. This time, he was only there to express the attitude of the hardline faction, so he pretended to be angry and left with everyone. Only Urinril was left in the room. She shook her head, opened the star map of the flickering world, and analyzed the situation. Opening up the flickering world would affect the original structure of the universe. The dynasty had long known this. First, it was the Supercluster Alliance, and now, it was the Beyond Grade The influence was gradually showing. The price of exploration and expansion is turmoil. Every class wants to redistribute the benefits. Urinril sighed. Currently, the Development Union was still a grassroots organization. Only a group of peak Beyond Grade were in the early stages of preparation. During this time, they would have to negotiate with the 3 universal civilizations, and it would take at least a few months for it to be officially established. This matter did not require full attention. Han Xiao had a lot of free time, so he had been focusing on repairing and strengthening the Mech Legion, as well as creating new equipment. After many failures, he finally created the Gold Grade Emperor's Cape in the workshop. This was the second universal treasure that he had personally created. Spirit Instrument unlocked the second layer effect, and at the same time, he received a new God's Trait transformation point. The second layer bonus also increased the basic success rate of Gold Grade blueprint creation and research. The increase was the same as the first layer, 2.5% and 1.2% respectively. However, the second layer had a new attribute, which increased the mutation rate of universe wonders by 0.2%. Han Xiao looked at the description. This was the basic increase in the probability of positive mutations during the creation of universal treasures. Space wonders were usually stronger than normal gold grade equipment, and they might have some unsolvable supplementary abilities. Han Xiao threw this God's Trait transformation point into the machinery path, and God's Trait transformation machinery unlocked the third layer effect. Third stage, plus 3 machinery skill levels for class stages below, Apostle Mechanic, plus 50% assembly line production efficiency, plus 10% quality of assembly line products, minus 25% material cost, plus 1,500 INT, plus 30 potential points. It increased the levels of many basic machinery skills, increased the production speed, and even gave me some INT and potential points. Not bad, right? Han Xiao pondered. He had all sorts of skills that could convert INT into machinery affinity. 1,500 points gave him about a 400% increase in machinery affinity, and 30 potential points could at least upgrade his ultimate knowledge branch by 1 level. Although the third layer effect looked a little messy, it seemed pretty good when added together, especially the +3 basic machinery skills. The bonus was considerable. After all, low-level class stages also had many machinery affinity skills. This time, the target of the point reset was agility. Because of the amount of work involved, the difficulty of creating the Emperor's Cape was higher than the King's Cape. The value of the reset was 375 points, all of which were converted into free attributes. I've finally gotten this equipment. After solving the backlog of work, Han Xiao felt refreshed and put away the Emperor's Cape. Everything that needed to be built was done. It was time for him to make a trip to the secondary dimension. The flickering world beyond Grade A Development Union was still in preparation, and this was not something that could be done overnight. The 3 universal civilizations would definitely have the intention to hold him accountable and oppose him. He could guess what the dynasty was going to say, so it was a good opportunity for him to go out and avoid the dynasty's fatal calls. Furthermore, Ames had already stayed for quite some time, so it would not be good to make her wait for too long. On the other side, in the Red Empire territory, somewhere in the Constellation Corridor. This was a large galactic military fortress. A giant space-time gate that was several times larger than a normal stargate lay in the middle of the base. It was currently in a dormant state and looked like an oval arch. A figure was floating in front of this giant space-time gate. It was Dark Emperor Clotty. He had taken off the uniform of the ruler's guards and changed into a specially made lightweight mechanical suit. The respectful voice of the base commander came from the communication channel of the helmet. Your Excellency Clotty, this mechanical suit is specifically used for traveling through secondary dimensions. It can anchor the coordinates of the main universe. There is also a portable anchoring device inside. Please do not damage or throw it away, or you might get lost in the overlapping secondary dimensions. No need to introduce me. It's not my first time going to a secondary dimension. Clotty's tone was calm. Okay, we are about to open the secondary dimension portal. His Excellency Guzar, who is in charge of the outpost, will welcome you. As his voice fell, the giant space-time gate in front of him gradually activated. Bright rays of light emerged from the gate and quickly turned into a vortex. This was a variant of the Stargate technology, a large-scale teleportation device specifically used to travel through secondary dimensions. Quietly watching the space-time gate activate, Clotty opened the secondary dimension database built into the mechanical suit. It stored the overview of the secondary dimensions that the dynasty had explored over the years, including the space coordinates and energy frequency records. The situation of the secondary dimensions was very different from the main universe. This database was equivalent to a map, and at the same time, it could use tracking devices to remotely mark it. It was equivalent to a pathfinding system. Clotty browsed the database and filtered. His eyes quickly locked onto one of the secondary dimensions and silently marked it as the target location. This secondary dimension was called Evil Convergence. Chapter 1076. The secondary dimension was a bizarre world made up of a variety of planes. Many secondary dimensions had very different physical laws from the main universe, and most of them were not suitable for living creatures in the main universe. Some were naturally formed, while others were created from the imagination of advanced mags. The main universe was like the branches and roots of a tree, while these secondary dimensions were like leaves and fruits. There was a nutrient, energy, connection between them. The researchers in the universe had created a worldview model for the secondary dimensions. It was like a world with countless bubbles stacked on top of each other. Each bubble represented a secondary dimension, and the space walls were much weaker than the main universe. The advanced civilizations had always been keen on exploring the secondary dimensions. Not only could they obtain special resources, but they could also develop various new technologies by studying the phenomena of different secondary dimensions. The 3 universal civilizations' research results in this area were very fruitful, and their technological strength in the universe largely came from this. Therefore, the three universal civilizations had set up a large number of outposts, research stations, and collection stations in the secondary dimensions, as well as stationed armies to protect the scholars and workers. Most of the time, they were dealing with the attacks of secondary dimension creatures. Outpost A000 was the dynasty's largest secondary dimension military camp, set up in a secondary dimension suitable for survival. The dynasty's exploration of this place had already been completed, and they had completely controlled and transformed this secondary dimension. They hoarded a large number of troops and used it as the dynasty's headquarters in the secondary dimension, acting as the gateway for the dynasty to enter the secondary dimension world. As soon as Clotty stepped into this place, a magnificent scene jumped into his eyes. This secondary dimension separated the heavens and the earth, and the reddish-brown land extended all the way to the end of his vision without any bends. The continuous dynasty bases were located here, like a forest made of steel, and there was no end in sight. There were no stars in the sky, only gradually changing colors, like the blood-red clouds when the sun set. Magnificent rays of light flowed in the sky like the wind and clouds, forming a fog-like scene, forming different shapes. At the same time, in the distant sky, there seemed to be some kind of invisible light source hanging, forming the Tyndall effect, emitting a misty and dreamy light path. Clotty was very familiar with this dreamy scene, but he had not seen it for many years. At this time, he could not help but stop and admire it. At this moment, a thunderous and forthright laughter suddenly rang out in the surrounding space. "Ha ha ha, Clotty, you're finally on holiday?" Hardly had he concluded his sentence when a bolt of blue and green lightning darted out of the ground bases and stopped in front of Clotty in the blink of an eye, revealing a brawny figure wearing the uniform of a senior general of the Imperium. Seeing this person, the usually serious Clotty couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. "Guzar, long time no see. Ha, I didn't expect you to come looking for me as soon as you're on vacation. You're indeed a good brother." The burly figure laughed. This person was a hybrid of the dynasty's human race and the Silvers, but he did not have much of the elegance of the Silvers. He had a rough and masculine appearance, with a wild beard and braided hair. If Han Xiao was there, he would definitely mistake him for Zhong Fei. Thunder Guzar, a direct beyond grade A of the dynasty, an esper with the ability to control plasma electricity. He was the guardian of the secondary dimension army all year round. The two of them had similar qualifications. Clotty and Guzar had joined the army less than 5 years apart. They had known each other since they were weak and had always had a good relationship. Clotty shook his head. "I'm not here on vacation this time. I have a mission." "No wonder you're not the ruler's guard for the time being." Guzar nodded and curiously asked, "Is this a secret order from the ruler? What does she want you to do?" "Hunting beyond grade as. The first target is the guy hiding in the secondary dimension called Traveler. He's suspected to have participated in the war in the flickering world not long ago. You know about that, right?" "Haha, of course I know. There's no entertainment here, but I watch the dynasty's news every day. I heard that Black Star defeated 12 beyond grade as, including Kasui and Sierran. How powerful. I really want to spar with such a strong person, but it's a pity I haven't seen him with my own eyes." Guzar's tone was filled with regret. He was guarding the secondary dimension and could not leave his post. "There will be a chance in the future," Clotty comforted. Guzar did not hesitate and smiled. "Black Star is a great lad. When you retire, he'll probably be the one to replace you. It's a pity he's not a direct member of the dynasty." Clotty did not comment and changed the topic. "The secondary dimension is your territory. I need your help to track Traveler." "No problem." A cold light flashed in Guzar's eyes. In recent years, there have been more and more rats hiding in the secondary dimension. It's time to teach them a lesson. In a certain secondary dimension, Traveler was flying like a meteor wrapped in magic light. Suddenly, his speed came to a halt, and a hesitant look appeared on his face. "Strange, why do I suddenly feel uneasy?" Mags would not ignore their intuition. Traveler stopped, took out a crystal ball, and cast a divination spell. He held the crystal ball with both hands, and specks of light floated out from his palms and merged into the crystal ball. Soon, the the crystal ball rippled, and an image appeared. Clottie's face quickly appeared and disappeared. The Dark Emperor? Why would he have a relationship with me? Traveler's expression changed slightly. His actions during the rescue of Hela had only been pretending to spar and indirectly put pressure on them. He had not directly participated in the siege. In his opinion, even if the Black Star Corps was suspicious of him, as long as he hid in the secondary dimension, the other party would not waste their energy to make a big fuss. However, he did not expect the dynasty to bring out the Dark Emperor. It felt like killing a chicken with a butcher's knife. In front of the Dark Emperor, he had to admit that he was a chicken. If I meet the Dark Emperor, I definitely won't be his match. Traveler's mood was solemn. Even if he had mastered evil convergence, he did not think that he would be able to defeat the Dark Emperor. That was a peak beyond Grade A who could control dark energy and dark matter. Even Golden Ring, Ulu, who had once controlled secondary dimensions, was defeated by the Dark Emperor. He did not think that he was stronger than Ulu. After thinking for a while, Traveler's eyes flashed. Now that I've shown evil convergence, the dynasty will definitely use this as a clue and track me down. If I don't appear, they'll definitely do something to evil convergence. Looks like I can only find some helpers to ambush the Dark Emperor. He had not stayed in the secondary dimension for so many years for nothing. Not only did he maintain a good relationship with some powerful creatures in the secondary dimension, but he also knew many beyond grade as who stayed in the secondary dimension. Some of them were not even on the list of beyond grade as recorded in the main universe. On the other side, in a hidden secondary dimension, a teleportation gate suddenly appeared, and a few small battleships flew out. Their outer armor did not have any organization insignia, and their models were top-notch high warp speed spaceships. They were equipped with a full set of secondary dimension navigation components, so they looked a little heavy and bloated. In the command room of the main ship, many operators were focused on their work. Everyone was wearing a full set of mechanical suits, so their appearances could not be seen. In front of the porthole, two figures stood. They were wearing a hood and a long robe. Their faces were covered with special equipment, and only the difference in their physiques could be seen. It was a man and a woman. The man was short and stocky, while the woman was tall and slender. These two were the commanders of this trip. They belonged to the same organization and had a special mission on their shoulders. Your Excellency Law, Your Excellency Faye, we have arrived at our destination. Please instruct us on the next step, an operator who looked like an officer reported to the two of them. These two people were called Law and Faye. These were not their real names but their code names in the organization. The short and stocky man was Law. He nodded and slowly said, "Follow the plan. Divination shows that Black Star will bring the primal chaos mysterious energy into the secondary dimension soon. Activate all the life form detection radars in the secondary dimension secret strongholds. Increase the detection range to the maximum, and set the target's life form strength to peak beyond grade A." Faye's cold voice also sounded at this time. The secondary dimension is our home ground. Our mission is to seize the primal chaos mysterious energy. Black Star is very strong, so we need to avoid a direct confrontation. The leader has asked us to bring many technological products, which will be enough to trap Black Star for the time being. Then, she paused and added, if we use conventional methods, we won't be able to detect him. If we can't find it with conventional detection methods, the leader will allow us to use the Destiny's Child Esper ability form once. In the actual combat training room of Black Star Palace, Han Xiao called Ames to his room. "Busy man, you finally have time?" Ames raised her eyebrows and said with a teasing tone, "I'm busy with work, so I can't help it." Han Xiao laughed, took out a compressed orb, and tossed it to Ames. "This is a special mechanical suit suitable for survival in secondary dimensions. I built it myself. Try it on." Buzz. With a burst of mechanical force, the compressed orb expanded and turned into a black mechanical suit, which clung to Ames's body. It was light and tight. She moved around a little, and her movements were not sluggish or uncomfortable. She clicked her tongue and said, "It fits very well. Looks like you know my body very well. You're very observant." "That's because I touched it before." Han Xiao coughed. "Furthermore, It clearly has the nanotransformation function, so it can fit perfectly no matter what body type it is. What's there to be surprised about? While complaining in his mind, his hands were not slow either. He summoned the modified mysterious energy. Black Star, are you ready to go? Seeing this, the primal chaos mysterious energy became excited and could not wait to meet up with his old friend. Han Xiao nodded and explained to Ames, the primal chaos mysterious energy has the ability to travel through secondary dimensions. With him leading the way, we can save a lot of energy. Among the 5 major class systems, only mags and mechanics could enter and exit the secondary dimensions stably. They used different technology systems to enter the secondary dimensions. Espers were a random factor. In comparison, the dimensional travel ability of the primal chaos mysterious energy was more convenient, and they even needed its help to find the holy light particle. This was not the first time Ames had gone to a secondary dimension. The normal process was very troublesome, but with the help of the primal chaos mysterious energy and Black Star, things were much simpler. She could not help but ask, then, where are we going first? The dynasty has many outposts in the secondary dimensions, but I don't want to disturb them. Since you also have the void bloodline, let's enter through the void dimension. Han Xiao grabbed the mysterious energy host's arm and gestured for Ames to do the same. Okay. Ames did not object, but she did not grab the mysterious energy host. Instead, she placed her hand on Han Xiao's shoulder. Normal people would have to make sufficient preparations when going to a secondary dimension, but the two of them were beyond grade as, so they did not need to prepare anything. It was a trip, so they had to have the feeling of going as they pleased. The next moment, the primal chaos mysterious energy activated its ability. Red energy gushed out and covered the two of them along their arms. Swoosh! With a flash of light, the 3 of them disappeared. Their vision blurred slightly, and the scene before them changed drastically. They were no longer in Black Star Palace but in the familiar void dimension. That was fast. Ames was shocked. This is an ability it was born with. To it, returning to a secondary dimension is like returning home. It's as easy as a fish in water. Han Xiao smiled. The mysterious energy host's combat strength was not bad, and at the same time, it had many convenient Esper abilities. It was truly a useful tool. Ames took a deep breath of void energy, feeling the excitement in her cells. She was in a much better mood. She chuckled and said, "Do you have any travel plans? Let's get down to business first. We'll have plenty of time to walk around afterward." After Han Xiao said that, he turned around and knocked on the mysterious energy host. "Do you know what the secondary dimension where the holy light particle is called? I don't know what you call it in the outside world, but I recognize its energy fluctuation, so I can track it," the primal chaos mysterious energy explained. Hearing this, Han Xiao nodded. He had checked the dynasty's exploration records of secondary dimensions based on the primal chaos mysterious energy's description, but he did not find any similar secondary dimensions. This meant that the location of the holy light particle should not have been discovered yet. It made sense. If the holy light particle's nest was destroyed by an advanced civilization, it would not be able to comfortably stay at home. Thus, they could only rely on the primal chaos mysterious energy to lead the way. Let's go. I can't wait to teach it a lesson." The primal chaos mysterious energy was eager to give it a try. It could not control the carrier by itself and needed Han Xiao's approval. Hearing this, Han Xiao could not help but laugh. The holy light particle probably had the intention of tearing apart its old friend. "So, you're the one who lured the enemy here?" Shaking his head with a smile, Han Xiao was about to speak when his expression suddenly changed. Rumble! At this moment, the void energy around them suddenly went berserk. Ames also sensed it. She narrowed her eyes, looked into the distance, and said in a low voice, "That's right. Something seems to be coming. P.S. Recommended book, Run for Your Life, author. A new book by First Love Bright Like Summer Flowers." She's an old author, so her standards are guaranteed. Introduction. The story of a demon king from another world that came out and asked the protagonist to modify its attributes. In the end, it was tamed by love and justice. Chapter 1077. The Void Dimension was a chaotic and misty world. The colors were mainly gray and blue, and the space was filled with thick and viscous void energy. Suddenly, the two of them seemed to have been thrown into a blender. The void energy around them formed a huge vortex, and Han Xiao and Ames were in the center of the vortex. Han Xiao raised his vigilance and got into a battle stance. The next moment, a spiritual wave suddenly spread out and swept across the two of them. An ancient and solemn voice sounded in his mind. Where did this other-dimensional creature come from? How dare you invade my territory? As the voice fell, a powerful aura emerged out of thin air in their perception. Rays of light flickered around them, and countless figures appeared out of thin air, surrounding the two of them. The appearances of these creatures were strange, but they all had the characteristics of void species and were wearing special armor. Han Xiao glanced at them and suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. He was not at all unfamiliar with these strange-looking creatures. The Void Prowlers and Chaos Observers acted as scouts, the Void Hunters, Void Star Pursuers, and Void Walkers acted as roaming scouts. The Void Disciples, Void Executioners, and Magamondo Blades acted as long-range troops. The Void Whisperers, Void Spirits, and Primal Chaos Arcane Energy Bodies were all race options he had encountered during his advancement. In the middle of the army was the Behemoth troop. There were 10 gigantic Margala Void Behemoths. They were covered in armor and carried countless void creatures. Among them, there were 3 young void dragons. They were ridden by 3 powerful void creatures. The leader was a void duke. He was about a few hundred meters tall, and his body seemed to be made of solid blue-purple energy. He wore a huge black heavy armor, and he held the reins of the void dragon with one hand and a huge black long blade with the other. He looked very imposing. Void dukes could change their shapes, and at this moment, Zui was in his humanoid form. This was a void army. It seems that we have accidentally intruded into the territory of a void duke. Seeing who it was, Ames frowned. She was a veteran in the secondary dimension, and this was not the first time she had encountered such a situation. The void dimension was a naturally formed secondary dimension. Its area was extremely vast, and its dimensional attributes were different from that of the main universe. It gave birth to countless void species, and other than growing naturally, they could also strengthen themselves by devouring each other. Thus, it formed a situation where the strong preyed on the weak and the strong preyed on the weak. One by one, the higher void creatures divided their territories, formed armies, and fought against each other. Void Horde Lords were one of the top-notch void creatures. Every Void Horde Lord had a powerful army under their command. Their goal in war was to devour other Void Lords or Lords. Not only did they use war to fuel war, but they also used the unique characteristics of the void dimension to develop special technologies that could be used in the void dimension. Not only did the void creatures kill each other, they were also hostile to other creatures from other dimensions. On one hand, there would occasionally be intruders who would kill them to collect materials. On the other hand, they could use their void bloodline to corrode the intruders and replenish their army. Therefore, the void creatures would not be lenient when encountering visitors from other dimensions. They see us as prey. Countless undisguised malice shrouded the two of them. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and suddenly released a beyond grade A energy wave, which suddenly swept out. Boom! A tyrannical aura erupted, and the restless void army in the surroundings froze. The leader of the Void Horde Lords waved his long blade and released a surprised mental message. A beyond grade A creature from the main universe. The prestige of a beyond grade A also resounded throughout the secondary dimensions. Han Xiao introduced himself. I'm an ally of the Red Empire, the leader of the Black Star Corps. My nickname is Black Star. Black Star? I've never heard of this name. The exchange of information between the main universe and the void dimension was limited, and most void creatures did not care about the news of the main universe. However, this Void Horde Lord still knew the name of the Red Empire. The prestige of the 3 universal civilizations had spread throughout the secondary dimensions, and the higher life forms of the void dimension all had considerable intelligence. Even the Void Horde Lords were not willing to provoke the three universal civilizations. Outsider, I'm Void Horde Lord Kirkmand. Leave my territory immediately. He pointed his long blade, indicating that he wanted to expel them. The beyond grade A creatures from the main universe were not to be trifled with. Although the Void Dimension had successfully killed some invading beyond grade As, those were the deeds of the strongest Void Warlords at the time. The casualties were also heavy, and they were all defeated by the other Void Horde Lords. Kirkmand was only a mid-level warlord, and he did not want to have a conflict with the beyond grade As of the main universe. Seeing this, Ames also did not want to complicate matters. She patted Han Xiao's waist and said, "Let's go. Don't tangle with them." Han Xiao glanced at Mo Yang, who was on guard against the Void Army, and suddenly had an idea. He switched to his Void form, and his entire aura changed. Seeing this, Kirkmand was shocked. "You're also a Void?" "Heh, I'm not a creature from another dimension. I'm one of your kind." After Han Xiao entered the beyond grade A realm, he had transformed into his exclusive race. However, his Void bloodline did not disappear. It had only merged with him. According to the degree of evolution, Han Xiao's current Void creature rank was very high. He had already reached the level of a Void Angel, which was similar to a Void Horde Lord. Kirkman's attitude changed immediately. There was fear, greed, and at the same time, a desire to curry favor. If he encountered an ordinary beyond grade A, even if he killed the other party, it would not benefit him. However, if they were both Void creatures, he could devour the other party's bloodline and evolve again. However, this also meant that the difficulty of killing them would increase greatly. The Void Dimension was the home ground of Void creatures. The higher the level of the Void creature, the higher the control of Void energy. He was like a fish in water here, able to use the endless Void energy to suppress his opponent. However, now that the other party was also a Void creature, the advantage of the environment no longer existed. The power system of the Void Dimension was different from that of the main universe. Void creatures had all kinds of talents. Through continuous evolution, they stimulated the abilities of their own species to display powerful combat strength. They belonged to the type that could not be replicated by other species, so they could not be called supers. They could only be regarded as powerful special creatures and were not included in the 5 major supersystems. However, Void creatures could actively learn the supersystem of the main universe, and the representatives were well known. "Do you know Kasui?" Kirkmand could not help but ask. "I'm quite familiar with him." Han Xiao nodded. Hearing this, Kirkman's spirit was lifted. Kasui was a super celebrity in the Void Dimension and was recognized as the strongest Void creature. He had once created a lot of shocking achievements here, subdued a large number of Void Horde Lords and Void Lords, and ruled a large territory in the center of the Void Dimension. No one could compete with him. Although he was usually active in the main universe, his fame in the Void Dimension was unparalleled. Now, he had met a new beyond grade A Void creature who knew Kasui. Kirkmand immediately had the interest to get to know him. After all, he could not come into contact with Kasui. "Blackstar, come to my place as a guest." Kirkmand directly sent out an invitation. In the Void Dimension, there were not so many formalities, and his words were all straightforward. "Okay, let's go take a look." Han Xiao had the same intention. Since he had met this Void Horde Lord, it was a good opportunity to exchange some information. Anyway, he still had a destination for this trip, so he was not afraid of delaying it for a while. Moreover, there were good things in the Void Dimension. The Void Lord core that Austin had given him back then had allowed him to purify his bloodline. Although he was already a peak beyond grade A, there might be something that could strengthen his Void talent. It was good to try his luck. Speaking of luck, Han Xiao could not help but think of the favored of the stars aura on Ames. Although he did not bring Fu Ding along, Ames' luck did not seem to be bad, and he could take advantage of it. "This is the road sign. Follow me." Kirkmand waved his finger and shot out a ball of void energy. It contained the coordinates, and it was sent to Han Xiao. The next moment, the surrounding Void Lords instantly flickered and disappeared from the Void dimension. However, there were no creatures that could fly normally, and all of them had mastered the traditional skill of void travel. Seeing this, Ames shook her head helplessly. You actually exposed your identity as a void creature. When Hella and I were training in the secondary dimensions, we did not dare to do so. Otherwise, we would not have been able to return. That's because you're skilled. Han Xiao laughed. Secondary dimensions were still dangerous for normal beyond grade as, but peak beyond grade as were not afraid. The two of them followed the road signs and traveled through the void dimension, quickly arriving at Kirkman's base. This was a magnificent city suspended in space. Its entire body had a crystalline texture, and the base was translucent. One could see the bright energy core within, surrounded by dense grayish-blue void energy. In the void dimension, natural materials were extremely rare. Generally, they were refined using special techniques to transform the void energy into crystals. To build such a city, the expenditure was extremely huge. The huge city was filled with bases. Rather than calling it a city, it was more like a large military camp. The two of them arrived at the main hall in the center of the city, and Kirkman welcomed them in. He shrunk his body to the same size as Han Xiao, and after sitting down, he could not wait to ask, Blackstar, where were you born? This was Pan Dao. He had thought that Han Xiao was a native void creature. Han Xiao did not hide and explained that he was a void creature that had been living in the main universe. The two of them chatted and exchanged information. Han Xiao introduced the situation of the main universe, and Kirkman talked about the situation of the void dimension. In his previous life, the player's understanding of the secondary dimensions was limited, and they only came into contact with them in the later stages of the game. Furthermore, many secondary dimensions did not have the habit of recording history, and Han Xiao also lacked information about the current void dimension. After chatting for a while, Han Xiao had a general understanding of the current situation of the void dimension. It could be abbreviated as one super strong and many strong. Kasui was the strongest and occupied the central area, but he had no intention of unifying the void dimension, nor did he have the ability to do so. The other powerful void lords kept popping up like bamboo shoots after the rain, dividing their territories and killing each other. Other than that, there were also many chaotic areas like wild forests. There was no order, and new void creatures were constantly breeding and freely killing each other. After chatting for a while, Kirkman finally asked about Han Xiao's intentions. I don't have a goal. I just plan to travel around the secondary dimensions. My first stop is the void dimension, and I happen to meet you. Han Xiao spread his hands. Hearing this, Kirkman thought for a while and said, since you have nothing to do me a favor. The void dimension did not care about formalities. Although it was the first time they had met, Kirkman did not hold back. What do you want me to help you with? Han Xiao was curious. I've always wanted to get rid of Bagdora. He's also a void lord, and his territory is close to mine. I've fought hundreds of battles with him. With your help, I can completely get rid of him, devour his core, and take over his army. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Then what can you give me in return? I'll give you half of the void life cores left on the battlefield. Whatever void dimension specialties you want, I'll find them for you. Kirkman waved his hand. There was no need for negotiation skills here, and he directly gave his bottom line. Moreover, you can obtain my friendship. If you need help in the main universe, you can open a void passage, and I'll bring my army to help you fight. Hearing this, Han Xiao's eyes moved. When he had evolved into a void pathfinder, he had obtained a talent called Void Passage. Its effect was to temporarily open the door to the void dimension. All along, he had rarely used this ability because the void creatures he summoned could not differentiate between friend and foe. If he could reach an agreement with Kirkman, he could use this ability to summon a void army to fight for him. It was the same for Kasui. He could use his talent to summon a void army under him, and that was how his nickname Void Overlord came about. However, he rarely used this ability now because his main body was too strong. Most of the time, there was no need for him to summon his underlings. Although he was not a summoner, This talent could achieve the effect of summoning. At this moment, a notification popped up on Han Xiao's interface. You have triggered the mission, Void Lord's War Employment. Mission Introduction. Void Lord Kirkman has taken a fancy to your combat strength and hopes to hire you to fight for him and eliminate his enemy. Mission Requirements. Defeat Void Lord Bagdora's army. Reward, 120 billion EXP, plus 3000 faction, Kirkman favorability, 1 character summon card. Bonus reward, start the milestone mission, Void Conqueror. Void Conqueror, milestone completion condition. Destroy 8 Void Overlords, Void creatures of the same level. At the same time, at least 4 Void Overlords faction favorability has reached respect, 3000 faction favorability. Rewards will be given after completion. Milestone reward, if you have a Void-related ability, the base effect will increase slightly. You will receive 500 to 2000 free attribute points, plus 1 legendary point, plus 20 Void creatures favorability toward you, and plus 1 God's trait transformation point, can only be triggered by activating the talent, God's trait transformation. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. Whoa, this reward is not bad. I can actually get a God's trait transformation point. I thought that after creating a universal treasure, I would have to wait until my promotion to get a new point. Looking at the introduction, only beyond grade A God's trait transformation level would trigger this bonus point reward. If other people accepted this mission, they would not be able to see this message. Han Xiaoxin was overjoyed. Not only was there a mission, but he could also get a large number of Void specialties that Kirkman had promised. This deal was worth doing. To Han Xiao, it was just picking up his old profession and becoming a war mercenary. Okay, I promise you. Han Xiao nodded and smiled. But let's not do it now. I still have some things to do. Let's do it when I'm back. He decided to accept this employment. However, the focus of this trip was the Holy Light Particle. He planned to get it first and return to help Kirkman fight after he was done with his business. This was not something that could not be discussed. In his eyes, the priority was clear. No problem. Kirkman was overjoyed and agreed immediately. After all, they had been fighting for so many years. He was not in a hurry. On the other side, Ames was not interested in the conversation between the two of them. She took out the resurrection token and played with it in her hands. She had also received this gift from Hela. At this time, Kirkman glanced at her subconsciously. Suddenly, he paused and stared at the resurrection token. Ames raised her eyebrows. She closed her fingers and grabbed the resurrection token. What are you looking at? Oh, can you show me the thing in your hands? I feel a familiar aura. Kirkman was not polite at all, and his tone was filled with doubt. Han Xiaoxin took out his own resurrection token and asked, I have the same thing. Does it have a familiar aura? Yes, but it's very weak. Can you show it to me and let me identify it carefully? Kirkman nodded. Han Xiao thought for a while and tossed the resurrection token to Kirkman. Kirkman's palm transformed into energy that enveloped the resurrection token. He sensed it for a while and said uncertainly, I seem to have felt a similar energy in a secondary dimension before. Han Xiao's expression changed. The resurrection token had the effect of revival of death resistance. According to his deduction, this was a new ability that Hela had developed. With her delicate control over her Esper ability, she had fused Aurora's life energy with her own necromancy energy to form a new energy. Hela had once said that when she established the distanceless lifelink with Aurora, the difficulty she encountered came from a special secondary dimension that absorbed most of the energy transmitted between the two of them. Hela had originally planned to investigate it, but she did not come this time. So, I coincidentally met the target that Hela was looking for. Han Xiao could not help but turn to look at Ames. Compared to touching Ding, touching you seems to be better. Chapter 1078. To encounter a clue as soon as he entered a secondary dimension, his luck was really something else. Ames, favored of the stars, aura was probably shining brightly. Could it be that the goddess of luck had changed her sexual orientation? Speaking of which, taking advantage of Fu Ding's luck was called touching Ames's luck. What should it be called? Could it be called coiling dragon? Since he was lucky enough to encounter the clue that Hela was looking for, Han Xiao had no reason to let it go. He asked, "Do you remember what secondary dimension it is?" Kirkman thought for a while before nodding. "I have some impression of it. Many people seem to know about that secondary dimension. It was quite famous during a certain period of time and had been sealed by some kind of power. Occasionally, it would emit a strong vitality that could stimulate the potential of various creatures. Later, the seal of that dimension was lifted on its own. Many curious secondary dimension life forms went to explore it, only to find that it was dead silent and empty. The entire space seemed to lack energy to maintain itself and began to decay and shrink. In recent years, that secondary dimension showed signs of collapse and could completely disappear at any time." Hearing this, Han Xiaoxin's heart skipped a beat. Most secondary dimensions did not exist forever and would collapse and disappear, just like withered fruits and leaves. The world of secondary dimensions was chaotic, and new secondary dimensions were often born. Most of them were as short as bubbles, and only a small number of them could last for a long time. Advanced civilizations and high-level mags would occasionally create artificial secondary dimensions. However, such artificial secondary dimensions were very different from naturally existing super-large stable dimensions like the void dimension. There were several possibilities for a secondary dimension being sealed, and the most likely one was that the secondary dimension was a creation of some kind of powerful life form. For example, the dimension factories of some high-level mechanics were subsidiary dimensions that were sealed to the outside world and could not be easily entered. If this secondary dimension is a subsidiary dimension of a beyond grade A, then the reason for its decline should be the death of the beyond grade A who created it, causing the dimension to lose its energy supply and gradually collapse, Han Xiao guessed. "I'm not sure." Kirkman threw the resurrection token back to Han Xiao. "I call that place the Land of Silence. If you want to go, I can give you the coordinates of the dimension anchor point." "Sorry to trouble you. I'm interested in that place," Han Xiao said with a smile. Kirkman didn't think much of it. He casually formed a ball of void energy and recorded the information about the Land of Dead Silence. He tossed it to Han Xiao and added, "That's right. The spatial walls of that dimension are already riddled with holes, with countless spatial turbulences raging within. The plane could collapse and disappear at any time. Be careful. If you are swept away by the spatial turbulence, you might get lost in the endless secondary dimensions." Han Xiao took the ball of energy and read the information within. He then stood up and nodded. "All right, I'll take my leave first." This was an unexpected gain of this trip. He planned to go there after finishing his business and help Hela scout the way. "I'll wait for you to return before starting the war." Kirkman nodded. After reaching an employment agreement, Han Xiao did not delay any further. He once again attached himself to the mysterious energy host's body. "Let's go. Lead the way to your old friend." The primal chaos mysterious energy received the order and teleported again, disappearing with Han Xiao and Ames. On the other side, Law and Fei's small fleet was slowly cruising through a vast expanse of white secondary dimensions. On the command deck of the main ship, the virtual map of the secondary dimensions was suspended in midair. Its appearance was completely different from the detailed 3D star map of the main universe. It was like a model of countless bubbles, very much like a grape. Each bubble represented a recorded secondary dimension. Because new secondary dimensions were often born, the terrain of the secondary dimensions was constantly changing. The map could only be used as a reference, and the coordinates of the anchor points of the different dimensions were the guides. Law and Fei stood on the left and right side of the secondary dimension map model, silently observing. At this moment, a red dot suddenly lit up inside one of the bubbles, and a circle of red ripples appeared in the model. The interdimensional detection radar has found the target. The target is a peak beyond grade A. The target is 13 secondary dimensions away from us. Route simulation complete. We are expected to meet the target after 8 jumps. Your Excellencies, please give your orders. Listening to his subordinate's report, Law nodded and said with a deep voice, "Lock onto the anchor point and begin the dimension jump." As the order was given, these few battleships immediately activated their secondary dimension engines, turning into a few streams of light and accelerating crazily. The secondary dimension jump equipment on the ships began to operate, vibrating the space wall at a special frequency. The moment their speed reached its peak, a gap appeared in the space wall in front of them, and on the other side of the gap was the scene of the next dimension. The few spaceships flew straight in, and the people in the spaceships all heard a crisp pop, as if the space outside had caused the air inside the spaceship to vibrate. Their vision blurred, and they had already arrived in another secondary dimension. The next second, the space wall behind them closed up and disappeared without a trace. This was the normal way to move between secondary dimensions. The scene of the secondary dimensions changed rapidly outside the porthole. This small fleet jumped many times before finally stopping. Rapid jumps put an extremely high load on the vehicles. Every time they passed through the space wall, they would have to endure the tearing of the space turbulence. At this time, the few spaceships were shrouded in violent space energy, and the surrounding environment was slightly distorted as if they were overloaded and boiling. On the secondary dimension map, the fleet was finally in the same bubble as the target red dot, and the distance between them was rapidly closing. Seeing this, Law quickly walked to the front porthole, looked in the direction where the red dot was moving, and shouted, "Prepare for battle. Prepare the dimensional exile bullets." The two of them stared out of the window, and finally, a figure rapidly approached. Just as they were about to give the order, Law suddenly saw the appearance of this figure and quickly changed his words. "Wait, don't fire. This person doesn't look like Black Star. His aura is different from the information." Clotty was wearing a mechanical suit that covered his appearance, but he did not hide his energy fluctuations. The energy attributes of espers and mechanics were completely different. Experiencing it at close range, he discovered a significant difference in energy fluctuations. Clotty sensed this group of people from afar, slowed down, stopped in front of the fleet, opened the wide area communication, and said coldly, "Who are you? Who are you? Why are you stopping me? We're just a secondary dimension exploration team. We're not here to stop you. We just happened to meet you," Law replied. Clotty observed the space distortion caused by the fleet's rapid jump and knew that this group of people was lying. However, he did not expose them and asked, "What organization does this exploration team belong to?" "We're just a civilian organization that wants to come to the secondary dimension to collect some specialties. Speaking of which, since you're able to travel through the secondary dimension alone, you must be a famous Beyond Grade A. May I have the honor of knowing your name?" Law lowered his posture. "I'm just an ordinary Beyond Grade A," Clotty said calmly. Law cursed in his heart. "Fart. You're a peak Beyond Grade A, yet you're still pretending." Law and Faye secretly felt a headache. They were also Beyond Grade As. If not for the detection radar reflecting the other party's combat strength, the two of them would not have lowered their posture so much. The life-form cross-dimensional detection radar was a large piece of equipment that was specially used in the secondary dimension world. However, it was not accurate enough. The search conditions were already harsh enough, but the two of them did not expect their luck to be so bad as to meet another peak Beyond Grade A of unknown origin. The two of them still did not know Clotty's identity and did not want to cause any trouble. Thus, they were not willing to use force and only wanted to leave as soon as possible. "Your Excellency Beyond Grade A, if we have accidentally offended you and caused you to misunderstand, we apologize. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave first." As he spoke, he did not wait for Clotty's reply and hurriedly ordered the fleet to turn around and leave. Looking back, the two of them realized that Clotty did not chase after them. Instead, he stayed where he was and watched them leave. "It seems like he doesn't intend to attack us." Law heaved a sigh of relief. "He's probably not interested in us." Faye also secretly rejoiced. "Let's leave this secondary dimension quickly." Law turned around and ordered the crew. "Mark this target and don't bump into him again. Adjust the cross-dimensional detection radar and look for the second peak Beyond Grade A signal." The two of them were not interested in Clottie's identity at all. The secondary dimensions were filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. The two of them did not want to cause any trouble and prioritized the mission. On the other side, Clottie watched the fleet leave and did not chase after them. There were many organizations from the main universe hiding in the secondary dimensions. They operated in secret and hid here, trying to avoid the three universal civilizations' rule. In the eyes of the three universal civilizations, they were a bunch of rats. In Clottie's opinion, this group of people was most likely one of these organizations. They had found the wrong prey and accidentally bumped into him. His target this time was Traveler. Since this group of people was so tactful, he could not be bothered to cause trouble. Looking in the direction the fleet left, Clottie moved in another direction, jumping continuously. Not long after, Clottie arrived at his destination and stepped into the secondary dimension of evil convergence. As far as the eye could see, all he could see was the wriggling corrosive purple-green energy. It was like layers of wrinkled stomach walls that constantly set off tsunami-like waves. The purple-green bubbles bubbled like overflowing gastric juices, as if he was in the stomach of some strange creature. Just as Clottie was observing his surroundings, one of the inner walls of evil convergence squeezed out the upper body of a man covered in purple-green mucus. It was Traveler. At this time, his skin was pale, and he gave off an evil aura. He had entered a manic mode where he could not remain calm. Traveler's lower body was swallowed up, and rings of visible energy waves were constantly spreading out. They were transmitted on the purple-green inner wall and absorbed by evil convergence. Clottie frowned slightly. With his knowledge, it was not difficult to see that Traveler was spreading his own genetic essence, merging with this secondary dimension that seemed to have a life of its own. Dark Emperor, Clottie, what a rare guest. I wonder why you're looking for me. Do you want to join us? I don't mind. Traveler laughed with a hoarse voice. Clottie was indifferent and said coldly, you participated in the battle against the Empire's allies and committed a crime. I'm your judge. So, you're here to kill me? Traveler's lips curled up into a playful smile. At this time, countless figures appeared on the inner wall of evil convergence, forming an endless army. Most of them were dangerous creatures from different void dimensions, and 3 of them gave off beyond grade A auras. They were all helpers called over by Traveler. After divining that a strong enemy was coming, Traveler used his connections in the secondary dimension to set up an ambush. This is the Dark Emperor of the main universe. At this time, a Beyond Grade A who came to help said casually, so careless. He doesn't seem like much. Another Beyond Grade A looked down at Traveler and said with a deep voice, remember our agreement. This time, we're only helping you expel the strong enemy. We're not responsible for killing the Dark Emperor. Otherwise, the Red Empire will definitely hunt me down like crazy. Hearing this, Clottie glanced at these 3 Beyond Grade As. They were all unfamiliar supers that he had never seen before. The 3 universal civilizations could not monitor the birth of every Beyond Grade A. There would always be some who were unwilling to be recorded by the 3 universal civilizations. As long as they hid their identity and strength, did not form an organization, and did not do anything, the 3 universal civilizations would not know of their existence. Quite a number of them hid in the secondary dimensions and never appeared in the main universe. Among them, there were neutrals who were worried about being persecuted, and there were also secret forces belonging to other advanced civilizations. For example, after the supercluster civilizations went through the tragedy of the pinnacles, they did not dare show too many Beyond Grade as on the surface, so they sent some of their secret allies into the secondary dimensions to hide, not letting the 3 universal civilizations know of their existence. At this time, Traveler opened his arms, looked up at Clottie, and laughed wildly. Ha ha ha, Dark Emperor, you do have amazing strength in the main universe, but this is my home ground. You want to kill me? Can you do it? Clottie's expression was calm, and a deep black light flashed in his eyes. He raised his arms slightly, and dark energy gathered around him as he slowly opened his mouth. He slowly said, if that's the case, I'll have no choice but to destroy you along with your home ground. Han Xiao and Ames followed the primal chaos mysterious energy and traveled through the secondary dimensions one after another, seeing all kinds of strange sights. After a long time, the two of them finally stopped traveling. We're here. This is the nest of the holy light particle. The primal chaos mysterious energy sounded excited. Han Xiao looked around and saw that this was a dazzling world. There was a boundless land, mountains, forests, and rivers. However, what made up all of this was colorful, materialized light. The towering mountain peaks were like pieces of resplendent giant gemstones. The river was flowing with a liquid light that was as thick as milk. Every leaf was like a mirror, reflecting colorful light. Everything was so pure and flawless, like a kingdom of light, like a dream in a fairy tale. It's pretty. This is my first time in this secondary dimension. Ames could not help but rub her eyes and helplessly say, "It's just a little painful for my eyes. It's a little dazzling." Han Xiao grinned and looked away. "How do we find it?" The primal chaos mysterious energy laughed. Hee, it's either asleep or deliberately hiding. Leave it to me. It's very sensitive to my energy. As long as it comes into contact with me, it'll go crazy. So, as long as I release my aura, I'll be able to trigger its natural reaction and make it come out on its own. Hearing this, Han Xiao could not help but glance at the mysterious energy host strangely. This is too weird. It sounds like you've trained it before. Chapter 1079. The space contained an abundance of light energy. From the perspective of a mage, this place was filled with extremely high-density light elements. Han Xiao brought Ames and landed on a shallow river. The soil was colorful sand, no different from a beach. Ames squatted down, picked up a grain of sand, and observed this irregular solid curiously. She applied some force with her fingers and crushed it. This grain of sand cracked, turned into light dust, and slowly rose into the air. Looking up, a vast sea of clouds covered the sky. They were all made of gaseous light dust, dreamy and illusory. From time to time, light dust would rise from various places and merge into the sea of clouds. When it accumulated to a certain extent, this sea of clouds would start raining, and the light dust would fall to the ground, forming new landforms. This cycle repeated. So beautiful. Ames clicked her tongue in admiration. Han Xiao came to the river, picked up a handful of liquid light, and watched as the golden liquid flowed through his fingers. He could not help but mutter, "The light pollution here is very serious. Do you have to ruin the atmosphere?" Ames was helpless. "I'm just telling the truth." Han Xiao curled his lips, summoned a few industrial collection equipment, and casually said, "This phenomenon is very strange and has a lot of research value. The phenomenon here is very strange and has a lot of research value. It's a good opportunity to collect some materials for experiments." As he spoke, he anchored the coordinates of this secondary dimension and recorded it in the database so that it would be convenient for him to come here again. After thinking about it, he named this secondary dimension Country of Light. After settling all this, Han Xiao set up some space-time stabilizing anchors to prevent the holy light particle from escaping. He then patted the mysterious energy host and said, "Ahua, force the holy light particle out." The primal chaos mysterious energy could not wait any longer. After receiving the order, it immediately released streams of red energy into the ground, forming a huge spiderweb that quickly spread out. When Han Xiao counted to 221, the primal chaos mysterious energy finally reacted and said with ill intentions, with malicious intent, it said, "I've found it. It's indeed sleeping. Watch me wake it up." As soon as it said that, Han Xiao and Ames felt the ground under their feet suddenly shake. At the next moment, the entire space began to tremble, and the earth and mountains shook. Rumble before the two of them could take a closer look, a huge fountain of light suddenly erupted from the ground in the distance. It shot straight into the sky and turned into a white gold light cluster with a sense of holiness. At the core was a dazzling sphere like a star, as if there was another sun in the sky. At this time, inside this platinum light cluster, there were visible streams of red primal chaos mysterious energy. Like hot oil meeting cold water, the reaction was extremely intense. With the appearance of this ball of light, an exasperated and manic mental wave instantly swept out. Mazaniel, you ambushed me again while I was sleeping. I will definitely kill you today. Narussus, is my energy delicious? Do you miss it? The primal chaos mysterious energy chuckled, his tone filled with reminiscence. Hearing this, Han Xiao's mouth twitched. He felt like there was a lot of information in this sentence. It sounded like this wasn't the first time he had done this. TSK, your Esper circle is really messy. The primal chaos mysterious energy turned to look at Han Xiao, smiled, and said, this is the holy light particle you guys were talking about. It's a bit grumpy when it wakes up. I'll leave the rest to you. Primal Esper ability entities were very ancient and had their own names. Primal chaos mysterious energy and holy light particle were just names the outside world gave them. The holy light particle quickly moved over and only then did it notice the group. Seeing the mysterious energy host's appearance, its anger turned to joy. You've been made into a puppet again? Ha ha ha, karma, you deserve it. Don't be too smug, you'll be there soon. The primal chaos mysterious energy sneered. Little guy, it's your turn next. The holy light particle turned to look at Han Xiao and Ames and said with dissatisfaction, Humph, you're still so despicable. You actually helped the enemy get my body and tried to drag me down. You two brats from the main universe, no matter how it bewitched you, I'm not interested in playing with you now. Scram back to the main universe and don't bother me. Han Xiao did not care. He flipped his hand and took out a canned containment device. He tilted his head and said, do you want to come in yourself, or do you want me to help you? Hearing this, the holy light particle's body glowed brightly and released a violent energy wave. Its aura was fully unleashed, causing the entire space to tremble slightly. Its tone was extremely confident and arrogant. I'm not a weakling like Mazaniel. You want to catch me? Are you mentally prepared? 30 seconds later, ouch, 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 stop hitting me. I admit defeat. The holy light particle that was still arrogant earlier had shrunk countless times and was contained in the canned container. It was like a puddle of golden liquid, sizzling under the electromagnetic confinement field of the containment device. Han Xiao shook the containment device, causing the holy light particle to stagger a few times. That's it. Ames was speechless. She had thought that the holy light particle would be very strong and was ready for battle. She did not expect that the holy light particle would be defeated with just one slap from Han Xiao. Han Xiao was not surprised at all. Primal Esper ability entities could not do anything in front of a peak beyond grade A super. He only wondered where the holy light particle got its confidence from. Seeing his old friend in trouble, it was the primal chaos mysterious energies' turn to gloat. He moved next to the containment device and chuckled. Welcome to accompany me. This way, I won't be lonely anymore. Mazaniel, I'll kill you sooner or later. The holy light particle was furious. Not only was he in trouble, he even dragged him down with him. He was the perfect example of a bad friend. At this moment, Han Xiao flicked the glass of the containment device with his finger and interrupted. You'll have plenty of time to communicate in the future. Answer my question first. What abilities do you have? The holy light particle said furiously, I'm telling you, I won't give in easily like Mazaniel. Even if you torture me, I'll. 30 seconds later, the holy light particle, who was paralyzed by the primal chaos mysterious energy, obediently laid at the bottom of the containment device, shivering as he introduced his abilities. My most basic abilities are physique enhancement, super speed flight, dimension travel, and I can also grant others the power of holy light. At the same time, I'm also aggressive. The host can use me to punish evil. There are two criteria for judging evil. One is based on the host's own beliefs, and the other is based on the punishment target's perception of the crime committed. The more serious the crime committed by the target, the stronger the punishment will be. Also, I can purify filth, help the target get rid of related negative statuses, and heal injuries to a certain extent. The holy light particle spilled all the beans and told Han Xiao everything. Han Xiao nodded and listened while secretly despising the holy light particle. Just from the name, he had thought that this guy was pure and innocent. He did not expect him to be as honest as the primal chaos mysterious energy after a beating. Were all people like this after living for too long? Judging evil, purifying evil, the holy light particle's abilities did have a holy style, but the standard was more idealistic. It could only be maximized when it met a righteous person with firm beliefs as its host. Compared to these, Han Xiao was more concerned about the holy light particle's ability to grant others the power of holy light. After asking for more details, he could not help but be overjoyed. Holy light itself was a type of multidimensional energy, so it was not a rare existence. All high-level mechanics and mags could use it, and it had the characteristics of mental power. However, although holy light was not rare, it was not something that ordinary people could use. The holy light particle could grant any intelligent life form a holy light seed. As long as the target trained and nourished the seed with faith and belief, they would be able to control holy light energy and strengthen it with training. This meant that the holy light particle could bring about an additional growth system, allowing ordinary people to have strength from zero. Even supers could obtain this ability. However, because the prerequisite was to obtain the holy light seed, and the energy granted could be taken back by the holy light particle, its applicability was limited. It did not belong to the 5 supersystems that could be awakened on their own. It was more like a side class. Han Xiao learned from the holy light particle that when the holy light particle followed its host, it had used this method to increase its host's strength. Taking back the holy light seed cultivated by others could strengthen itself. This was equivalent to taking the fruits of other people's labor and making them work for free. After hearing its story, Han Xiao's gaze toward the holy light particle became much friendlier. Good lad, I didn't expect you to be in the same industry as me. You have received the new ability, Holy Light Seed. Holy Light Seed, passive ability. This is the foundation of the power of holy light and needs to be nourished by faith. When it matures, it can awaken the side class, Holy Light Envoy. Faith requirement, 05000. Faith requirement can be raised through meditation, rituals, mental training, killing criminals, and so on. I see. This ability is very strategic. If I don't take it back, I can nurture many ordinary people who don't have the potential to become supers into warriors who can control holy light. This way, the strength of the army will greatly increase. Han Xiao pondered. This was a pleasant surprise. Maybe he could even sell this opportunity to the players. It seemed like there was a market for it. However, Evans did not reveal this ability in his previous life, so there were probably some restrictions. After some questioning, Han Xiao obtained the answer. Just as he had expected, every holy light seed was the essence of the origin that the holy light particle shared. The recovery of the origin power was very slow, and if too much was used, it would greatly damage the vitality of the holy light particle, which would cause kidney failure along with the host. At that time, there would not be a single drop left. If it's to recover the origin power quickly, I seem to have a way. Han Xiao pondered. He had a vague idea, but it was not the time to test it yet, so he could only put away the containment device. Han Xiao also had the holy light particle take away the holy light seed on him. He was just testing it and did not need this side class. His original plan was to make the holy light particle into a mysterious energy envoy, but from the looks of it now, perhaps making it into a tool for the mysterious energy envoy was not the best choice. Han Xiao looked at the interface. The mission, Primal Chaos Mysterious Energies Nemesis, was already completed. He obtained 240 million EXP and 2 character summon cards. As expected, they were the Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy and the Holy Light Particle. There was nothing special about their abilities. They were Star Core Energy Extraction and Holy Flame Judgment. With his original body, these 2 character summon cards were better than nothing. What Han Xiao was more concerned about was the new milestone mission, Primal Esper Ability Collector. Primal Esper Ability Collector, inactive, activation requirement, have at least 4 Primal Esper ability entities. Current level, 2-4 ability. When you fight an Esper, all your attributes increase slightly. -12 to 20% damage dealt to you by Espers. Reward, The third sanctum, ability fragment X1. Han Xiao was slightly shocked. The third sanctum? What is this? I remember that the ability fragment in my hand is from the first sanctum. Could it be that there was some connection between them? What is this thing? Han Xiao mumbled to himself. This question had been bothering him for a long time, but unfortunately, he could not find any clues. He suppressed his curiosity and looked at the milestone ability. The effect was targeted, specifically countering espers, so it was still somewhat useful. The mission requirement is 4 primal esper ability entities, which means I'm still 2 away. The difficulty is still relatively high, mainly because it's hard to find the target. I'll try my best. Just as he had expected, dealing with the holy light particle was not difficult. After finishing his business, Han Xiao accompanied Ames to tour the country of light. After collecting enough sample materials, the two of them left this secondary dimension and headed to the next stop, the land of dead silence. With a flash of light, the primal chaos mysterious energy brought Han Xiao and Selena to the land of dead silence according to the coordinates given by Kirkman. Seeing the scene in front of him, Han Xiao could not help but gasp. Wow, this place is really scary. The color of this secondary dimension was dark, and the space walls were riddled with holes. Violent space turbulence constantly invaded and wreaked havoc. The sky was filled with endless space storms, flashing with blue and purple light. Below was a black desert, but many places were swallowed by the space turbulence and turned into nothing. This land was torn apart and turned into broken floating islands. Han Xiao's eyes moved, and he took out the revival coin that he was wearing. He realized that the revival coin was heating up. Indeed, there was a reaction. This means that the land of dead silence is indeed related to Hela. Han Xiao released his senses and searched the entire secondary dimension, but he found nothing. He could not feel anything special. Just as Kirkman said, this secondary dimension was on the verge of extinction, and there was nothing here. This time, Ames shook her head and said, "It seems like only Hela will be able to find some clues if she comes here personally." Hearing this, Han Xiao nodded in agreement. He guessed that Hela's ability could resonate with the land of dead silence and activate some special events. Although he was stronger, he obviously did not meet the requirements. At least I've helped her explore the way. It will be more convenient for her to come here next time. Han Xiao anchored the coordinates of this dimension in the database. The two of them were about to leave when suddenly, a powerful life-form energy source appeared out of thin air and broke into the range of their senses. The two of them turned their heads and saw a bruised figure fall out of a space turbulence and into the hole in the space wall of the land of dead silence. Ames blinked, a puzzled look on her face. "Hey, this person seems a little familiar. At the same time, Your Excellencies, the interdimensional detection radar has locked onto the target." In the command room of the spaceship, Law and Faye hurriedly checked the map. "It's not the person we met before, right?" "No, he's in another secondary dimension. What we're detecting now is a second peak beyond grade A signal." After confirming that there was no mistake, Law decisively gave the order. "Okay, lock onto the new target, full speed ahead. On the other side, evil convergence." No one knew what kind of rough treatment the space wall had suffered. Like an inflated balloon, it burst from the inside, causing this secondary dimension to lose all its protection. The originally lively purple-green evil energy seemed to have lost all its vitality and was swept away by the space turbulence along with all the corpses here, disappearing without a trace. This special secondary dimension that had given birth to life had become a wreckage, leaving only dead silence and rapidly disappearing. Clotty crushed the head of the last beyond grade A helper and looked up at the raging space storm around him. He frowned, somewhat dissatisfied with his performance. "It's been too long since I fought, and I've really regressed. I accidentally used too much force and let him escape through the space turbulence." Chapter 1080. Ha ha ha, I've escaped. In the space storm that resembled a thundercloud, a green light was floating. It was Traveler, who was wrapped in a magic shield. At this moment, he was no longer in the crazy mode of evil convergence. Although his skin was still pale, the evil aura had disappeared, and his demeanor had returned to normal, leaving only a face full of lingering fear and unwillingness. In order to ambush Clotty, Traveler had gathered the friends he had made in the secondary dimensions over the years. He had thought that with a total of 4 beyond grade as, they would be able to force the Dark Emperor to retreat with the home field advantage. However, reality gave him a big slap in the face. Clotty was too strong. He was a super high-risk Esper ability himself, and his large-scale attack power was off the charts. Through the simulation of a miniature universe explosion using dark energy, he overturned the entire secondary dimension of evil convergence and broke through the space wall from the inside. If it was just him being strong, it would have been fine. Although the few beyond grade as were no match for him, they still had a chance to escape. However, what made Traveler despair the most was that Clotty had a few universal treasures in his hand. As a direct descendant of the dynasty and the personal guard of the ruler, Clotty never lacked universal treasures. Furthermore, he did not need to exchange for them. In order to make it easier for him to carry out missions, the dynasty took the initiative to take out different universal treasures from their warehouse for Clotty to use. During this mission to the secondary dimensions, Clotty had taken out 5 universal treasures from the dynasty's warehouse, which were greatly beneficial to his combat strength. He had gone all out and killed 3 beyond grade as who had not even reached the 52,000 energy rank limit. Only Traveler, because of his connection with the secondary dimensions, took advantage of the fact that his wife had exploded and used the invasion of the space turbulence to escape. With evil convergence gone, he would not be able to summon it in the future, causing his combat strength to plummet, and he returned to his original level of beyond grade A. His many years of hard work had gone to waste, and he felt extremely pained. However, this was also a blessing in disguise. The enemy would no longer be able to track him through evil convergence. As long as he hid well, he would be safe. Being alive means that there is still a chance. Traveler's heart was filled with the joy of surviving a disaster. And it wasn't like there was no hope for a comeback. Traveler lowered his head and opened his palm. An irregularly shaped purple-green fragment lay in the center of his palm. Its texture was like glass. This was the energy fragment of the evil convergence. As long as one used a special method to plant it in a secondary dimension world, there was a chance that a new evil convergence would grow. However, it would take a very long time. As long as I can avoid the pursuit of the Red Empire and wait for them to give up, I will have ample time to recover my strength. It seems that I will have to hide in the secondary dimensions for decades or even centuries. Fortunately, my lifespan is still very long. Traveler secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He shook off the haze of failure and pulled himself together again. After surviving a great calamity, one was bound to have good fortune in the future. At this moment, within the space storm, 3 spatial cracks suddenly appeared, leading to unknown secondary dimensions. Within the space storm, encountering a crack in the space wall was equivalent to encountering an exit. Otherwise, one would only be lost in the space turbulence. I didn't expect to reach the exit so quickly. Looks like my luck is about to change. Traveler's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he chose one of the cracks and flew in. The next moment, the world in front of him changed. It turned into a secondary dimension riddled with holes. Inside were countless broken black floating islands. It was dead silent. Traveler passed through the spatial wall and fell into this secondary dimension. Before he could celebrate his escape, he saw a man and a woman in the dimension looking up at him in a daze. They were not wearing mecha helmets. When he saw the two of them clearly, Traveler's smile froze on his face. He was horrified. Black Star and the Dragon Emperor, F***CK, why are the two of them here? He had just avoided one, and now he had bumped into another one? Traveler's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He did not have time to think about the reason. He immediately stopped his falling body and rushed back the way he came, toward the space turbulence above. Don't run. Ames reacted immediately. She reached out and pulled. A powerful force field grabbed Traveler's escaping body and pulled him toward her. Traveler was already heavily injured. Furthermore, he had lost the evil convergence and suffered a backlash. He was in a terrible state and could not break free from Ames' force field. I can't fall here. Traveler gritted his teeth. He ignored the consequences and used a secret technique to stimulate his tired mind. He circulated his magic power at a high speed and quickly cast a spell. The prototype of a teleportation door quickly took shape beside him. However, before he could complete the spell, a sudden confinement force field interrupted his spell. Below, Ames's usually lazy eyes suddenly became sharp. She stared at Traveler from afar. A circle of force field rippled out from her forehead. Hum. Force field, gaze of the dragon. Traveler's body froze in midair. Before he could react, his vision blurred. Ames appeared in front of him through void travel. She raised her hand and gently pressed it on his head. The next moment, a violent force field gushed out from Ames' palm and entered Traveler's body. Force field stress tear. The force field in Traveler's body suddenly pulled in all directions, forming countless forces that interacted with each other. Crack, crack. Countless bones and tendons in Traveler's body were being torn apart. Intense pain exploded, engulfing every single one of his nerves. He could not control his twisted expression from the pain. Poof! Flowers of blood exploded from every part of Traveler's body. He was dyed red. He opened his mouth and screamed in pain. His already serious injuries immediately worsened. At this moment, Ames's eyes shone with a cold light. She raised one leg high. The highly concentrated force field condensed into an extremely sharp cutting force on her leg. She slashed down. Force field, dragon axe. Whoosh. Ames's long leg slashed into Traveler's right shoulder. Like a hot knife cutting through butter, Traveler's arm was chopped off. She did not give Traveler any chance to fight back. She stepped on Traveler's neck and landed on a broken black floating island below. She stepped on the dying Traveler with her feet. At this moment, Han Xiao flew over casually. He looked at Ames in surprise. "Why are you suddenly so violent? It's not like you." Ames did not look back. She just stared at Traveler under her feet and said calmly, "When Hela was being attacked, he came to attack the Black Star Palace. At that time, I did not understand. Later, I guessed that he wanted to lure your Lord's avatar out to share your energy in saving Hela. However, you had the foresight to ask me to guard the Black Star Palace. That was why he did not succeed." Facing Traveler, Ames did not show any mercy. Not only was he in cahoots with the enemies who wanted to kill Hela, but it was also because these people had forced Han Xiao to pay the price of burning his potential. In her opinion, Han Xiao did not say anything about this because he did not want Hela to feel guilty. Ames understood Han Xiao's actions, but she would not really forget and would always keep this matter in her heart. This trip to the secondary dimensions was mainly to accompany Han Xiao to relax, in her opinion, but she also had the intention of getting even with Traveler. At this moment, both old and new hatred erupted. Ames did not hesitate at all. Han Xiao clicked his tongue, squatted down, and looked at the seriously injured Traveler. "Oh, what day is it today? My luck is so good. I originally wanted to get even with you, but I didn't expect you to come to me yourself." Traveler's face turned red, and his veins popped out. He was full of grievance and resentment. He had finally escaped from the clutches of the Dark Emperor, but now he had bumped into the muzzle of Black Star. He had just escaped the tiger's den, but now he had entered the wolf's den. Traveler's mood had fluctuated greatly. He was now completely dispirited and did not even have the energy to scold fate for being unfair. His luck was not on his side. He had nothing to say and could only sigh in his heart. "This is fate. The heavens want me dead." Han Xiao looked at the injuries on Traveler's body caused by the Dark Emperor and asked curiously, "Who did you meet to be so seriously injured?" Traveler did not say anything. He looked like he was ready to die. When his mind was not affected by evil convergence, he was quite normal. Since he knew that there was no way he could survive, he would not beg for mercy. "Oh, you have quite a backbone." Han Xiao rolled his eyes and chuckled softly. "I just don't know how the Star Arc civilization will react if you die. You don't have to deny it. Since I can accurately name the civilization you work for, I naturally have solid evidence." As soon as he finished speaking, Traveler's expression suddenly changed. He looked at Han Xiao in disbelief. When he was active in the outside world, he always disguised himself as a neutral and accepted employment from different civilizations to hide the fact that he belonged to a certain supercluster civilization. His true identity had always been his secret, and the Star Arc civilization was the supercluster civilization that he secretly worked for. The outside world did not know about this. This way, no matter what he did, it would not implicate the civilization. This was also why he could do whatever he wanted without worry. But now, the identity that he had been hiding was suddenly exposed by Han Xiao. Traveler was shocked, and his mind was in chaos. He subconsciously wanted to deny it, but judging from Han Xiao's confident expression and tone, he clearly had the evidence and was not lying to him. Why would I know? Han Xiao continued the conversation with a mischievous smile on his face as he jokingly said, "You're right. Sorokin told me all this." He was just used to pushing the blame, but Traveler's reaction was beyond his expectations. It really is him. Traveler clenched his teeth. He noticed the flaw. The upper echelons shouldn't have worked with him. Is Sorokin really involved in this? Han Xiao was stunned for a moment. He had thought that the supercluster civilization was acting on their own and wanted to intensify the conflict between the three universal civilizations. He did not know that Traveler's attack on Black Star Palace really had something to do with Sorokin. He seemed to have accidentally discovered some interesting inside information. Han Xiaoshan thought quickly, but his expression did not change. He smiled and said, "Since I know who you are, you'd better tell me what happened. Otherwise, you know the consequences. You'll be blamed on the Star Arc civilization, and I might be able to help you." If Traveler was alone, he would have been willing to sacrifice himself. However, according to the information in Han Xiao's previous life, Traveler was extremely loyal to the Star Arc civilization. Now that he had exposed himself, Han Xiao had a hold on him. Furthermore, Traveler hated Sorokin for telling this to Black Star, and he was worried that he would tell more people. Therefore, he decided to tell the truth about Sorokin's cooperation agreement. This was not only a compromise but also an attempt to use this method to make Black Star hate Sorokin. He might be able to get rid of Sorokin with a borrowed knife. Traveler explained everything in detail. Only then did Han Xiao understand what was going on. His eyes sparkled, and he stroked his chin as he muttered to himself, "What's going on? Sorokin. So, the one who persuaded the Supercluster Alliance was you. You're the one who wanted to take advantage of the situation, and you're standing on the opposite side of the beyond grade as, connecting the information exposed by Traveler and the limited information in his previous life, Han Xiao sneered and roughly understood Sorokin's true intentions. What maintaining the balance of the universe? What beyond grade as should know how to be content with what they have? What standing on the side of the group? These were all bullsh*t. There were two ways to go up. One was to develop oneself to a higher level, and the other was to reduce the number of competitors. Sorokin was the latter. The way Han Xiao saw it, this guy wanted the entire universe to only have a single-digit number of beyond grade as. He just wanted to monopolize all the privileges. The fewer high-level combatants there were, the less of an obstacle he would have. Therefore, it was only natural that he wanted to reduce the number of beyond grade as. Therefore, he used the faction differences set up by the advanced civilizations to provoke a conflict between beyond grade as. Han Xiao had actually been wary of Sorokin all this time, but he could not figure out what he was planning. Now that he knew what Sorokin's goal was, it was equivalent to exposing a strong enemy hiding in the dark. He would be able to make targeted preparations in the future. Thinking of this, he felt much more relaxed. Putting away these plans, Han Xiao pointed at Traveler's wound and asked, "Then, what's with your wound? Who's chasing you?" Traveler glared at Han Xiao with grief and anger, clenched his teeth, and said, "It's your Red Empire's Dark Emperor." He's here too? Han Xiao was surprised. Thinking of the information about the Dark Emperor leaving his position as the ruler's personal guard, he suddenly understood. It seemed like the dynasty ruler was dissatisfied with the cooperation between Radiance and Ethereal again, plus the problem of the flickering world and the evolutionary totem, so he wanted to show off his strength in terms of high-level combatants. Therefore, he sent the Dark Emperor out to chase after the enemy as a warning to organizations with bad intentions. Speaking of which, for a peak beyond grade A like the Dark Emperor, the position of personal guard was actually a shackle. Hearing that Clotty had easily dealt with Traveler's ambush, Han Xiao could not help but praise him in his mind. As expected of a member of the three Universal Civilizations trump card, the Shadow Director team. Han Xiao thought for a while, activated the King Mechanical Suit's communication system, found the Red Empire's outpost station A000, and dialed it. The secondary dimensions were not like the main universe. There was no quantum network coverage, and many places were without signal. However, Han Xiao had his own quantum base station, and the secondary dimension mechanical suit Clotty was wearing was a special model for the dynasty. It was equipped with a special directional communication device that could contact the dynasty's outpost to prevent him from going missing. Therefore, Han Xiao directly called the dynasty's base in the secondary dimensions and used it as a relay to connect to Clotty. Because Traveler was the Dark Emperor's mission target, Han Xiao felt that it was necessary to inform Clotty. Otherwise, he would mistakenly think that Traveler had escaped and would have to waste energy in the secondary dimensions to look for him. After waiting for a while, the communication was finally connected. Clotty's remote projection appeared in front of him, and he was frowning. Black Star? Why are you looking for me? They were both pillars of the Empire, but due to the difference in their roles and identities, their communication had been very limited over the past few decades. Their relationship was average, and they did not have any other friendship. Their interactions were limited to colleagues at work. Traveler is with me, and I caught him. Han Xiao briefly explained the situation. After listening, Clotty replied concisely, I'll go over immediately to confirm it with my own eyes. Okay. Han Xiao paused for a moment before sending the coordinates to the Dark Emperor. Clotty nodded and said slowly, oh right, when Traveler escaped, he took away an origin energy fragment of evil convergence. Look carefully, it should still be in his hands. After that, his remote projection disappeared, and he hung up the communication. He had no intention of chatting. So cold. Han Xiao muttered before turning to look at Traveler. He stretched out his hand and said, take out the origin energy fragment. Traveler gritted his teeth and reluctantly took out the origin energy fragment of evil convergence. It was as if he was handing over his wife, and his face turned green. Han Xiao took it and played with it in his hand. This was the key to Traveler's evil convergence. Just like the wick of the shadow lantern, it used the origin energy fragment as a medium to unleash the special energy of the secondary dimension. Unfortunately, evil convergence was gone, and this origin energy fragment could only be used as a tinder. However, when he thought of Traveler's frenzied state after being possessed, he did not intend to become the groom of evil convergence. Han Xiao put away this spoil of war and secretly thought about how to deal with Traveler. According to his plan, it would be best to seal him in the space-time amber. However, the Dark Emperor's mission was to kill him, and Ames did not seem to want to give up. Buzz. Just as he was thinking, the senses of the three of them moved at the same time. They sensed an unfamiliar signal. The three of them turned their heads at the same time and saw the space wall in the distance open and spit out a small fleet. Before the three of them had time to wonder, the fleet quickly identified their location and charged toward the three of them. It was clear that they did not come with good intentions. In the command room of the main ship, Law stared at the confused Han Xiao on the screen and said in a deep voice, this time, we're right. There's no mistake this time. It's Black Star. All ships, lock onto the target and prepare to fire. Chapter 1081. Are these people just passing by, or are they here for us? Who are these people? Han Xiao looked at this rapidly approaching fleet. The other party's spaceship did not have any organization symbol, so he did not know what organization they belonged to. He could not help but be confused. Seeing that the other party had no intention of stopping, Han Xiao also prepared for battle. Mechanical force surged in his body. However, just as he was about to make a move, the space wall not far away cracked open again. Clotty finally arrived. And at the next moment, The fleet came to a halt midway, motionless. What's with this fleet? Han Xiao glanced at this fleet in confusion. This time, Clotty flew over, so he could only turn around and greet him. Your Excellency Dark Emperor. Black Star. Clotty nodded slightly, looked at the dying traveler beside Ames, and asked, how did you meet him? It was just a coincidence. Han Xiao briefly explained the process. After Clotty heard this, the corners of his eyes twitched slightly on his expressionless face. He said in a low voice, this is really bad luck. After destroying Evil Convergence and losing the clues to find Traveler, he was still thinking about how to continue tracking him, but he did not expect Traveler to be so unlucky, meeting Black Star in the blink of an eye. He was not curious about why Han Xiao was here. Clotty usually did not care about the private affairs of other beyond grade as. I heard that your mission is to kill him? Han Xiao asked. Clotty nodded. Traveler is only one of the targets. The ruler's order is to kill him if he is not captured alive. If he is captured, he will hold a public trial and execute these beyond grade as live broadcast to the entire universe. Oh, and also interrogate who his employer is. You have other targets? Clotty glanced at him and said, just a few neutral beyond grade as who like to be mercenaries. Are they related to the rescue of Hela? Han Xiao was curious. The Empire has the final say. Clotty's tone was indifferent and nonchalant. Han Xiao was speechless. Those neutral beyond grade as who were targeted were probably innocent in this matter, but they were unlucky enough to be used as tools by the dynasty to establish dominance. As expected of a loyal follower of the dynasty, the Dark Emperor did not care about this at all. The harsh living environment of some neutral beyond grade as was evident. Han Xiao then thought of the supercluster civilization and realized that the few targets chosen by the dynasty were probably those who were hired by the supercluster alliance. Using the rescue of Hela as an excuse, they wanted to make an example of the supercluster alliance and cut off the wings of the supercluster alliance. Perhaps they could also copy the tragedy of the Pinnacles and use the conflict as an excuse to reduce the number of beyond grade as. Han Xiao shook his head and changed the topic. I just interrogated him and got the identity of the mastermind from him. Who is it? The two of them did not block Traveler's communication. Hearing this, Traveler's expression changed, and he nervously stared at Han Xiao, afraid that he would reveal the existence of the Star Arc civilization. However, he saw Han Xiao give him a look. Traveler immediately understood and hurriedly interrupted. Sorokin. He's the one who hired me to attack Black Star Palace and divert Black Star's attention, indirectly providing help to Radiance and Ethereal. It's him. Isn't he a pure businessman? Clotty frowned and was a little surprised. He could not help but look at Han Xiao. Do you think he can be trusted? I think he can be trusted. Traveler is just a neutral mercenary. He won't attack me for no reason. Han Xiao smiled. Sorokin was indeed related, but Han Xiao told Traveler to hide the identity of the Star Arc civilization and put all the blame on Sorokin. This way, the dynasty's hatred would not be divided but would all be attracted by Sorokin. Anyway, Sorokin was indeed not clean, so there was no need to worry about not being able to find evidence. Although Han Technician was about to become a shareholder of the Limitless Financial Group, he would not really help Sorokin develop for the sake of dividends. Furthermore, he had just learned that the other party was secretly plotting against him. It was a good opportunity to make use of the Red Empire to trick Sorokin and make the upper echelons wary of this guy. I'll tell the ruler, but I still need to bring Traveler back for interrogation, Clotty said. Han Xiao nodded, turned around, patted Ames's thigh, and told her to raise her leg. He then took out the space-time amber and sealed the powerless Traveler. While doing this, Han Xiao pointed at the unfamiliar fleet not far away that was pretending to be air. Speaking of which, I wanted to ask earlier. Are they your troops? Hearing this, Clotty was stunned. I thought they were your people. As soon as he arrived, he realized that this fleet was the same fleet that he had met not long ago. When he saw Han Xiao with the fleet, he thought that they were together and thought that he had misunderstood, so he did not pay much attention to it. From Han Xiao's point of view, he had only given the coordinates to the Dark Emperor, and this fleet arrived at the same time as the Dark Emperor. Therefore, He mistakenly thought that this fleet was the subordinate of the Dark Emperor. Both of them thought that this fleet was related to the other party. Now that it was clear, they realized that it was a third party. Realizing this, Clotty opened the public channel and yelled, "Who are you people? Why are you following me?" From his point of view, since he had met them twice, the only possibility was that they were following him. At this moment, in the command room of the fleet, Law and Faye were going crazy. Originally, they had locked onto Black Star and were ready to take action. However, the two of them did not expect that the first peak beyond grader marked on the map would move at the critical moment and also come to this secondary dimension. The sudden situation disrupted their plan, and the two of them hurriedly stopped the fleet, not daring to fire rashly. Seeing that Black Star was in the same group as another peak beyond grade A, the two of them felt troubled. If they took action in such a situation, the difficulty would increase exponentially, and there would be many more variables. They only wanted to wait until Han Xiao was alone before taking action. At this moment, they only wanted to quickly escape from this place and find another opportunity. Hearing Clotty's question, Law had no choice but to use the excuse he had used when they first met. "Your Excellency beyond grade A, I did not expect to meet you again. We only detected special energy fluctuations here, so we rushed over to explore. We did not expect to see you again. We will leave now." Then, Law wanted the fleet to turn around and leave. However, this time, Clotty stopped them, his tone cold. "Once is fine, but now it's the second time, and it's still the same excuse. Do you think I'll believe it?" Clotty did not believe in such a coincidence. He had originally suspected the origin of this fleet, but he did not want to complicate things because he was carrying out a mission. Now that he had dealt with Traveler, he was not going to let go of this mysterious fleet that had bumped into him. "But this is really just a coincidence. We're just a civilian exploration team." Law could only brace himself and continue to pretend. "That's easy to solve. Stop the ship and let us go up to search. If there's really no problem, I'll let you go," Clotty said with a deep voice. Hearing this, Law and Faye looked at each other and communicated telepathically. "What do we do now? They won't let us go so easily. Do we really have to let them board our ship? You know that's impossible." "Then, it seems like we can only force them." The two of them were in a terrible mood and did not want to take action under such circumstances. But now that the cat was out of the bag, they could not just let it go and let the other party board their ship. Law gritted his teeth and slammed his fist on the table. "Fire!" After Clotty requested to board the ship for inspection, the mysterious fleet suddenly stopped moving and did not respond. After waiting for a few seconds, Clotty saw that the other party was pretending to be dead and could not help but increase his tone. "This is your ultimatum. If you don't reply in 10 seconds, I'll destroy you." On the side, Han Xiao was watching Clotty communicate with the mysterious fleet. He thought that the other party was here for the Dark Emperor, so he was watching the show from the side. At this time, when he heard Clotty's ultimatum, Han Xiao thought for a moment and said, "There's no need to do anything. I can virtual invade and control those spaceships, check their database, and see their origin." Clotty heard this, pondered for 2 seconds, then nodded. "In that case, I'll have to trouble you." Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden change occurred. The spaceships suddenly opened fire, and sharp cone-shaped solid warheads were launched, dragging long trails of flames as they shot toward them. Solid bullets. Although the conventional weapons now were basically dark energy cannons and psionic cannons, Han Xiao would not underestimate solid warheads. Since the other party had the ability to travel through secondary dimensions, the ammunition loaded in the solid warheads would definitely not be simple. Seeing this, Ames raised her hand and waved. A force field spread out and froze all the warheads in mid-air, unable to move an inch. Seeing that the other party had made a move, Han Xiao did not hesitate. He activated virtual invasion and attacked the database of these spaceships. However, the moment Han Xiao's data probe penetrated the spaceship's artificial intelligence, an invisible force flowed through the quantum network and into his mind. Boom! A strong shock exploded in his consciousness, and the memory palace suddenly collapsed. Countless pieces of paper representing memories turned into tornadoes and spun rapidly. All of this was reflected in Han Xiao's first-person perspective. Countless memory fragments flashed uncontrollably in his mind, as if they had all turned into gibberish, making it difficult for him to maintain normal thinking. At the same time, a notification popped up on the interface. You have been invaded by memory formatting virus, quantum network type. Your class has been detected to be virtual mechanic. Memory formatting virus, quantum network type, has dealt 200% additional damage to you. This is. Han Xiao was shocked and felt the world spinning. This virus was entrenched in his quantum soul, and it was not a pure negative state. It was madly messing up his consciousness on the virtual level. It was as if a naughty child had come to his house, rummaging through his neatly arranged things and throwing them everywhere. Han Xiao had no choice but to focus and fight against it. Seeing his situation, Clotty's eyes narrowed. Dark energy gathered, and he brazenly attacked. However, the next moment, the large group of dimensional exile bullets that Ames had frozen in mid-air took the initiative to explode, releasing an expanding space turbulence that swallowed Clotty's attack and transferred it to an unknown place. Not only that, but these released space turbulence also crazily tore at the space wall of the land of dead silence, creating more holes. Seeing this, Ames immediately controlled her force field and prepared to crush these few spaceships. At this time, Faye, who was in the main ship, made her move. A foggy white protective shield spread out with her as the center, protecting the fleet and blocking Ames' force field. They competed with each other, preventing Ames from destroying the spaceships immediately. The next moment, a special disc-shaped device appeared at the bow of the main ship, which looked like some kind of magnifying radar. It suddenly vibrated and released a special wave. You have been affected by Advanced Life Form Energy Disorder Wave beyond Grade A frequency. Your total level has been detected to be LV320. It's taking effect. We don't have much time. Seeing this, Law abruptly raised his arm. His sleeve slid down, revealing an arm-shaped metal device on his wrist. This was a special equipment designed to capture primal Esper ability entities. He pulled it toward the mysterious energy host. Catcher. The primal chaos mysterious energy seemed to have eaten some kind of great tonic. It suddenly expanded and broke the mysterious energy host from the inside out, instantly breaking free. However, before it could move, an invisible force caught its energy body and made it fly uncontrollably in the direction of the fleet. On the other side, the spaceship did not remain idle. The second wave of dimensional exile bullets was fired towards the trio, who were struggling to move. Clotty struggled to control his special ability, forming a shield around his body. However, the spatial turbulence directly swallowed Clotty along with his shell and disappeared without a trace. It was unknown where he was banished to. At this critical moment, Han Xiao barely suppressed the overwhelming virus in his mind. He pulled his mind out, grabbed Ames's shoulder with difficulty, and escaped the range of the dimensional exile bullet with virtual teleportation. Then, he raised his hand and released a binding force field, grabbing the body of the primal chaos mysterious energy from the other side, preventing it from being captured. Whoosh! The primal chaos mysterious energy was pulled taut like a piece of cloth being pulled by both sides. Law's tone was anxious. Black Star is recovering. We can't waste any more time, or we'll be dead for sure. Take as much as you can. As he said that, he changed his hand gesture and activated another function of the arm-shaped storage device. A small part of the primal chaos mysterious energy's body was cut off. This part of the energy was absorbed by a black hole and quickly rushed into Law's arm-shaped storage device. Let's go. After completing this step, the fleet fired a dimensional exile bullet, which self-destructed as soon as it left the chamber. The spatial turbulence directly swallowed the fleet, making all the spaceships disappear. After dozens of seconds, the effects of the chaotic body control slowly disappeared. Ames took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling. She had a shocked expression. What kind of methods are these? These are special technologies developed by primal Esper ability entities, without any external interference, Han Xiao had already used his virtual technology to eliminate most of the memory formatting virus. After reorganizing his memory palace, his expression was solemn. From the beginning to the end, this fleet only used technological weapons, but they were able to force the three of them into an extremely passive state. Han Xiao had a deep impression of these special technologies because they had also appeared in his previous life. Be it the memory formatting virus, the dimensional exile bullet, or the advanced life-form energy disorder wave, they were all special technologies reverse-engineered by different primal Esper ability entities and had different uses. Among them, the dimensional exile bullet could not be effective in the main universe because the space structure of the main universe was completely different from the secondary dimensions. However, in the secondary dimensions, this technology was a powerful weapon that could divide the battlefield, escape, expel, and destroy the secondary dimensions. The memory formatting virus was a technological product that affected the soul. It also came from a certain primal Esper ability entity and was modified into a quantum network model. It was a trap specifically set for Han Xiao's virtual intrusion and successfully took effect when Han Xiao was not prepared. The advanced life-form energy disorder wave was specifically targeted at the strong. The higher one's energy rank, the greater the effect. It was equivalent to using one's own energy against oneself. However, beyond grade A lifeforms had very strong adaptability. Every time they were affected by the chaotic wave, their basic effect would be reduced the next time. The enemy specialized in primal Esper ability entities, so their containment technology was more advanced. By activating the primal chaos mysterious energy, they broke the carrier of the mysterious energy host and stole a portion of the primal chaos mysterious energy's energy. No matter how strong supers were, they were still life forms. Since they were life forms, there were ways to deal with them. They were far from invincible. Although the technology trees of the three universal civilizations were different, they all had technologies that targeted high-level life forms. For example, the 10,000 deity scepter was an example. Even the pinnacle beyond grade A dragon could not take more than a few hits from it. As the advanced civilizations developed, there would only be more and more similar technologies. If it were a head-on battle, be it Han Xiao or the Dark Emperor, they would be able to easily crush this fleet. However, the enemy was unprepared and used all kinds of targeted technologies to launch a sneak attack, catching the three of them off guard. Even Clotty, who was very strong, suffered. He was banished into the space turbulence and would not be able to come out again. However, the enemy could only control the three of them at most. They did not have enough attack methods to hurt the three of them. The target of these people is not Clotty. They're coming for me. Han Xiao stored the primal chaos mysterious energy again and frowned. Ames caught the information in Han Xiao's words and asked curiously, "You know who they are?" "I do know." Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and slowly said, "This is a group of people. This is a group of people who shouldn't have appeared in this era. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,